Hello, everybody. Let's get back into it, shall we? We've got a lot of ground to cover today. So, let's start the proceedings. Hey everybody. I'm doing okay. I'm having a couple days, but I'm doing alright.
Now then, how will the game be resolved this time? You may submit, and you may resist. Either way, it will truly be an entertaining banquet worth betting my short remaining life on.
In his dimly lit study, which was occasionally brightened by lightning, Kinzo kept mumbling to himself, laughing to himself. On the antique clock with an intricate design that was sitting on his desk, the two overlapping hands had begun to tilt to the right and separate from one another. Also, by the way, I had to kind of futz with the desktop audio since I was changing games last stream, so please let me know if the audio level is off at any point, and I will try to adjust it accordingly. The passage of time that had counted to 24 had returned to 0 and begun to start counting again.
The passage of time is a brutal thing. It drags itself all the way to 24 over the course of a day, and then returns back to 0. It surely managed to count to 23:59. However, was it ever able to reach 24? If you believe that it returns to 0 again without reaching it, how futile it seems.
No, is that not the same as a person's life? You live aiming for a perfect 24, and in the instant you reach it, you return to 0. People may praise the departed, saying that they did reach 24, but that is absolutely not 24. It is nothing more than 0.
I am different. I will reach 24 alive, because that itself is the Golden Land. That is Beatrice's dwelling.
Hey Nezmi, hope you see this. It's been very hard to get into these text-heavy games because of my ADHD, and these streams give me things to do while listening to the story, and it really helps, so thank you. Hey, thank you so much. I'm glad you like them. Kinzo had been fumbling around with some tarot cards for some time. It looked as though he was trying to divine his own luck, his own propensity for victory, and doing it over every time he didn't like the result. The most forbidden action in tarot reading is to try predicting the same thing twice. It is a desecration to the result of the fortune-telling, and also desecrates the existence higher than humans which delivers signs through the tarot cards. However, Kinzo knew. The reason the tarot cards shouldn't be used twice was that since it was nothing more than a random number generator, it was natural that if you read them twice, a different result would appear. Therefore, reading twice was only forbidden to preserve the mystique of the tarot card's results. However, that didn't mean that Kinzo didn't take tarot reading seriously. Kinzo's interpretation of tarot reading was done in a completely different way. That was to repeat the reading over and over until he reached the result most favorable to him, without the slightest amount of compromise. It would depend on how he defined the results most favorable to him, but if he demanded the best result in a strict sense, it would be the same as a simple roulette of luck, where he sought an arithmetic miracle. However, to Kinzo, who made miracles of numbers the basis of his magical power, this could become very much like a magic ritual. In other words, until the result he desired appeared perfectly, he would repeat the tarot readings over and over, turning his labor, conviction, and the feelings of his heart into a prayer. So that when it reached heaven, the result would be sublimated. This was Kinzo's personal magic interpretation. Therefore, even though the tarot cards Kinzo used were exactly the same as generally used tarot cards, the way they were used was completely different. My guy sucks at tarot, yeah.
Tonight, it refuses to go my way.
Kinzo stopped his hands for a second. It seemed the result he expected wasn't showing up. On the contrary, many bad cards that shouldn't often appear were appearing repeatedly, and continuing to interfere with the miracle Kinzo wished for.
Is that how it is?
It seemed that Kinzo had taken some kind of sign from this abnormal course of events. But judging by the unlucky cards scattered over the desk, it was difficult to imagine that the sign had been a good one. For a while, Kinzo closed his eyes tightly, pondering something. Then, as the thunder roared, he made up his mind about something, took the telephone receiver, and dialed.
It is I. Is Genji there? It is urgent.
In front of the main entrance, Shannon was cooling her flushed face in the frigid air. She had thought that George's proposal would surely come sometime. It wasn't as if her heart had been unprepared, and she had nodded as an answer. Had she been reckless because of her youth? Should she have thought about her future more seriously? She found herself worrying that he might have thought of her as a cheap girl because of her immediate reply. Perhaps at least holding off until tomorrow morning would have given the impression of thinking more seriously. Now that she had already received the ring from George, Shannon kept fidgeting in embarrassment, thinking she should have done this, should have done that. As she did, she heard the sound of footsteps coming towards her, splashing through puddles. Shannon immediately chased away the emotions welling up inside her.
Genji-sama? Canon-kun, too. I'm sorry for not coming back right away.
She grew stiff, thinking that she would surely be scolded for spending too much time in her secret lover's meeting with George.
Shannon, the master has told us to come to the study urgently. Let us hurry.
Huh? Yes, certainly. What in the world?
He said that he had an ominous premonition. How selfish, and he was the one who chose to start this ritual.
We will enter from the back, so that Goda doesn't notice us. Hide your footsteps.
Yes. Nesan, take care. You're so noisy.
Canon was especially good at hiding his presence, like he was a cat. He was able to suddenly be there without anyone noticing and leave in the same way. So even if he were to step in a puddle, the sound he would make would be far smaller than that of the rain hitting the puddles. Genji also had that ability. Well, in the first place, that was how the servants were supposed to be, even going by the name of furniture. Just like how desks and closets go unnoticed by members of the family. The servants also treated being able to show up unobtrusively when they needed to as their greatest virtue. In that sense, Shannon's footsteps still strongly asserted themselves. She was also trying to hide her footsteps, but compared to Canon and Genji, well, you could say she was a little more lively. Eventually, they reached the back door, and the three of them entered the mansion. Immediately, they thought they felt something. It wasn't quite a sense of smell, rather, they felt it from the depths of their noses. And this hard-to-describe sensation, which you might call a sixth sense, allowed them to perceive that something was different than usual. Genji-sama.
Yes, we must hurry.
That perception caused them to feel that something tense was closing in on them. Realizing that, the three of them dashed up the stairs, aiming for Kinzo's study, still hiding their footsteps. When they dashed up the stairs, that smell of sweet poison, particular to Kinzo's study, reached their noses.
What is it, Genji-sama?
The barrier is dead.
Huh?
After hearing Canon, she looked at the door to the study. A scorpion pattern was engraved on the doorknob, a powerful magical repellent. The final barrier which protected Kinzo himself. It had been broken. Of course, there was no change to the doorknob that the eye could see. However, they who could understand things that people couldn't perceive were able to recognize the dramatic change.
My lord, it is Genji. Please open the door.
Genji called in this way after knocking several times, but there was no answer from the study.
Shannon, protect our backs. Canon, search inside the room.
Yes! Kenon put his ear against the door, searching for a presence inside the study. To protect the backs of the other two, who were watching the door, Shannon faced the other way, with her back to them, prepared for the unexpected.
The master is here, I believe. However, it's too quiet.
Then he is safe.
No, it is too quiet.
It couldn't be.
My lord, excuse us about the door.
Genji pulled a gold key out of his pocket. It was the only key to the study that existed, other than the one Kinzo held. He stuck it in the keyhole and turned it heavily. At a glance, that would have indicated that it really was a strong lock. However, the fact that the barrier had been destroyed meant that this door had long been wide open for anyone with magical power. He's just eepy. He's hiding under the bed, don't worry. Yeah, Kinzo's just feeling a little silly today, that's all. The lock made a heavy sound, indicating that the door had been opened to a human as well. Humans as well.
Excuse me.
As Genji respectfully bowed his head, and Kenon's sense of tension grew tighter, and Shannon acted nervously, they entered the study. They immediately discovered Kinzo's figure. He was sitting in a reception sofa so that his back faced them. Genji noticed the person sitting across from him, and again bowed deeply. Kenon also noticed that person, and he didn't bow his head. He went in front of Shannon and spread both arms, blocking the way to her. So without even seeing that person's face, Shannon already had a good idea who it was.
So you have come, Beatrice-sama.
Genji, is it? You came very quickly. Yes, it's better when furniture answers its master's call quickly. Very different from this person.
So, Ronabe-sama has come as well.
Genji directed his greeting toward the thin darkness behind and to the right of Beatrice where nothing appeared to be. Even Kenon and Shannon couldn't have imagined that someone would be there. However, the darkness answered immediately and praised Genji's eyesight.
As usual, you don't disappoint. It's been quite some time. Dear me, you've gotten old, haven't you? Have you really reached that age? I've lived a full life. It appears that your life has grown to be even more full, Ronabe-sama. Yes, thank you. And Shannon, it's been a long time since I last saw you as well. You've grown quite beautiful. And it seems you've grown quite strong. It's good to see.
Thank you very much.
Ne-san, who in the world?
This will be the first time I've met you, Kenon-kun. I've been entrusted with the position of Beatrice-sama's head furniture. My name is Ronobe. I'm an old friend of Genji-san's. I'm also furniture, just like you. Although the master I serve is different.
The color of tension didn't disappear from Kenon's expression in the slightest. Serving under a different master, furniture could become kind, brutal, or anything else as desired. If he called himself furniture serving the hated Beatrice, then surely he was a despicable being as well.
It seems that I'm completely despised. It's as though you hate everything to do with me.
Beatrice openly sneered at Kenon's hate-filled face. Then, Kenon finally observed. Beatrice and Kinzo were enjoying a chess game, sitting and facing reception sofas. But Kinzo hadn't even quivered. He was holding his head with both hands, his eyes closed tight, as he contemplated his next move. No, was he in anguish?
My lord, I've told Kinzo 2 things. There was good news and bad news. The good news is that he would have the fortune of being reunited with me before the ritual ends. The bad news was that Kinzo had been selected for the very first sacrifice of the ceremony. There's absolutely nothing I can do about it, because it truly was decided by that fickle roulette.
Liar. You just take pleasure in killing people.
Stop it, Kenon-kun. So, Kinzo, isn't it about time you decided to accept your loss? By this, our long-lasting contest is resolved, right?
At a glance, you couldn't tell the current situation on that chaotic chessboard. However, judging from Kinzo's anguish and Beatrice's malicious relaxedness, it looked as though it was already decided.
It is unavoidable. Is this also entertainment?
It is to me, too. Concluding my contest with you may bring a flood of emotions, but it has already surpassed love and hate. It was fun. Several decades that were not boring.
Beatrice advanced her queen and made her final move. It was thus decided.
Checkmate. This is a final tribute from me to you. Without reserve, sleep.
Kinzo suddenly stood up and laughed, like an opera singer facing a full crowd and spreading his arms, as though he had succeeded in a century-long plan. That laugh spat crimson. Crimson flames poured out from inside him, spitting even out of his mouth, ears, and nose, and all at once, his body was wrapped in hellfire. But Kinzo kept laughing. The more he laughed, the more the hellfire spewed from his entire body and began to char him. Those flames became a brilliant light, which dazzlingly shone on the various magic tools throughout the room and made their distorted shadows dance across the walls. Those shadows looked like the dead in hell, in ecstasy over Kinzo as he burned. And for one who had made a contract with a witch, and who had reached the end of that contract, it was an extremely fitting end. After laughing and howling in the roaring flames for some time, Kinzo flopped to the ground as though he was a puppet whose strings had been cut. Those incredible blazing flames disappeared as though they had burned up everything there was to burn. And afterwards, all that was left was a festering and burnt body that would make you want to avert your eyes.
Horrible. You should talk, even though you think that was a fitting way for him to die.
Why have you shown yourself? Do you have some business with us?
Stop it, Canon-kun. You must not provoke Beatrice-sama.
It appears that you've completely terrified them.
It seems I just can't get along with Canon. A pity, I must say. I quite like him myself.
Beatrice smiled broadly, or perhaps wickedly. Canon violently averted his gaze, obviously disturbed. His reaction was so different from what he had obviously intended that it made the witch and her butler laugh.
Canon, you stand in the presence of Beatrice-sama. Carefully consider your manner of speech.
Oh, there's no problem, Genji. Let him say as he likes. I'm gracious.
How are you gracious?
I'm always gracious to those who are about to die.
Canon was brought to sudden realization by that creepy laughter. Beatrice's reason for being here was not just to take Kinzo's life. The first twilight required 6 sacrifices. Kinzo alone wasn't nearly enough. And they had just nonchalantly come to this place.
Don't worry, Canon. You won't be selected as sacrifices just because you came here. It was because you were selected as sacrifices that you were called here.
What?
They instinctively figured it out immediately. 6 sacrifices were required for the first twilight. After Kinzo, how many more would you need to add up to 6? In this mansion, the number 5 instantly made them think of the number of servants here.
Is that what you desire?
Thank me, furniture. Your days of suffering have tonight finally come to an end. You should thank me, as I have come to tell you this.
Certainly, if that is your desire.
Genji-sama!
Genji had agreed to the witch's heartless announcement in his usual manner, without raising an eyebrow.
After the master's death, Beatrice-sama is our master. Answering her demand is our final duty. Shannon, Canon, you have done well serving until today. That hard work is now over.
As I expected of you, Genji. As fellow furniture, I think honorably of you.
Shannon, do you have any objections?
No.
I heard that George-sama gave you a ring. Even so, you have no regrets?
No. That blessing was more than furniture deserves. Just receiving the ring has already fulfilled my feelings.
Shannon had not yet reached as high of a philosophical state of mind as Genji. There probably really were regrets left in her heart. She probably wanted to spend a little more warm time with the person of her thoughts, George. But she released herself from that. She took a single deep breath, and from that point on, the expression she wore was blank.
Very good.
I'm a little surprised that you've been able to calm yourself this much, Shannon. It seems that you've also come to terms with things as furniture.
Won't you at least shed some bitter tears for not being able to spend a night with the man you love? What a boring woman.
This feeling cannot be understood by the likes of you, Beatrice-sama.
If you desire our lives, please accept them. We will solemnly carry out that duty.
Good. Well said.
Just the type of person Beatrice-sama is bad with.
Recently, this one has become quite detached. It seems that I tortured her too much last time. Speaking of which, didn't I do the same to Battler? Am I still soft? Or is my style of cornering them lacking? In any case, she's just no fun. However, it seems that you will still entertain me, right? Canon!
Canon-kun.
Compared to the two who had attained a philosophical state of mind, there was a painful anguish on Kanon's face. Kanon was still far too young to accept his demise without regrets. After being told of it by a suddenly appearing witch,
Kanon, I detest boredom more than anything. And it isn't interesting that those other two have obediently accepted their deaths. So I don't want you to betray my expectations.
Are you trying to make me your plaything?
Kanon realized that he was being provoked. However, no matter how much anger spurred him on, his opponent was a witch. Hey, Array, welcome! He was furniture. He had no chance of victory from the beginning. But the witch was expecting that he would struggle in vain and writhe around, and was looking forward to it. Just thinking about that was frustrating enough to get his blood boiling. Was disappointing the witch by refusing to resist like the other two the only way he could strike back at her? Normal Gabriel, Genji's given name of Ronoe is only one letter removed from Ronove. They're the head furniture of the Masters of the Day and Night respectively. What an interesting coincidence. Yeah, very interesting.
Eldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer, arise.
Lucifer the Proud, right here.
Kanon, it would be too cruel to force furniture to fight a witch. No matter how much anger spurs you on, you could hardly hold hope in a battle you have no chance of winning. Of course, a battle without a chance of success would be boring for me as well. So, furniture against furniture. Why not resolve it with a battle between furniture? That should be enough to allow you some hope for victory, right?
With all due respect, Beatrice-sama, is it truly possible that I could yield to this good-for-nothing furniture?
As if this cute kid would have any chance in hell against me. Show me that you can defeat my furniture of the seven stakes of Purgatory. If you manage to come out the admirable victor, let us see. I will let you have free choice over the 5 people who will escape becoming one of the 13 sacrifices. I will unconditionally welcome the 5 people you recommend into the Golden Land. How about that?
Kanon understood that he was being provoked. However, the witch's condition was very tempting. The evil ritual the witch and the rest were trying to carry out was, at this point, not something that Kanon cared about in the slightest. On the contrary, it was much more important for him to survive, be invited to the Golden Land, and have his wish granted by Beatrice there.
You cried that you'd had enough of being furniture, right? I shall grant your desire. I shall give you that human body which you wanted so much that you cried yourself to sleep. What do you say? Then you could be together with Jessica, right? Oh, just perfect. You may include Jessica and yourself in the 5 you recommend for invitation to the Golden Land. If you have some hesitation toward making only yourself happy, then you can add Shannon and her loved one, George, as well. If you're worried about that duty, then you can also add Genji. Oh, that's 5 people. Just enough room, Canon. With this much of a reward. You won't let me get bored, will you?
She's just playing with you. There's no need to listen to her.
I'm sick of this. Is this really what you want, Ne-san? Beatrice couldn't hide her evil smile at those words. I'm sick of this. I want to be happy. I've had enough of being furniture. I want to become human and have normal love. I want to know that the ocean is blue like you.
How young? I'm jealous.
That's why I like the young ones. Genji, Shannon, stay back. Canon, Lucifer, forward. As you command. I don't like it. You know you can't win against Beatrice-sama, but you look down on me as though you might be able to win against me. I really don't like it. That was probably humiliating to Lucifer. But at the same time, she was also happy that she was so lucky to have this lovely prey all to herself. Come, furniture of the witch. Don't think that you can look down on me forever. Come now, Battler. It's time for another fun show.
Damn. It's turned into something ridiculous again. Like I'd ever accept that it's a magic battle.
Look, look. Don't turn your eyes away. Look at it. Look, 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 look. It's magic. It's furniture. No matter how you try to deny me and magic. Look, 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 look. Oh, this buan, buan, kashing, kashing, right in front of your eyes. It was all for nothing, right? Look, 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 look. Stop thinking already. I told you magic exists. I told you this is fantasy. Don't close your eyes. Look closely. Look, 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 look.
Damn it, damn it, damn it! I won't accept witches. I won't accept magic. But if it's as obvious as this, what the hell am I meant to say? Damn, 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 damn!
Come now, don't turn away. Look closely, all right? Magic exists. It's fantasy. Stop playing detective. I know all about it. The truth is, you're awful at thinking about things, right? Just stop. Just stop. Look, look. Obviously fantasy. Obviously fantasy.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Don't talk to me! This guy's gotten obstinate. Get down on the ground right now and apologize for being so conceited that you thought you could at least beat me. If you do, I'll spare you, alright? I'll spare you from having your skin ripped off while you're still alive, and being lashed all over your body as you squirm until you die. You're a cute kid, so apologize. If you do, you can spend your last moments in blissful, wonderful ecstasy as I gently, gently finish you off. Be silent, furniture of the witch. I have no intention of speaking with you. So you say that you think nothing of me, do you? I don't like it. That disrespectful gaze of yours. I really don't like it! Corporal Steck, will the stakes get more characterization than boob girls this episode? I would still say that we're probably a little lacking on stake content in this episode, but if you really want to see more of the stakes, look forward to episode 4.
Canon-kun. Isn't he stronger than he was against Satan?
That's why humans are so frightening. Sometimes they even become witches and treat demons as butlers.
So, which should I cheer on? Are you saying this guy is on par with me? Don't look down on me. As long as you have that pride, you can never win against me. You speak of Lucifer, the eldest of the 7 sisters of purgatory, and say that I can never win? How conceited!
Canon was desperately trying to stay alive, and he had the strong desire to become human. But Lucifer didn't feel anything stronger than a slight desire to play. So, that reached its inevitable result. For the ability to yield such a result is the power of humans. The power of the heart.
That's as far as you go. You can never win against me.
A glowing red trail extended straight out from Canon's arm, pointing at Lucifer's throat, just beneath the tip of her chin.
What is this? How could I? There must be some mistake!
As she ground her teeth in irritation, she tried to deny the reality right before her eyes. But no matter how much she believed in her own superiority, it didn't change the facts right before her eyes.
Oh, well done, Canon. Wonderful! You haven't made me bored. How pitiful my furniture is in comparison.
Lucifer, you're boring, milady. Was this opponent really too much for you to handle?
I'm disappointed, eldest of the 7 stakes.
That would have seemed like nothing more than a simple rebuke to an outsider. However, Furniture Serving the Witch knew what kind of severe treatment that was promised by that rebuke, and understood what had been left unsaid.
You good-for-nothing furniture!
She howled. Abandoning her last bit of pride, she made her body explode, exposing her true form. JunePop45 with the $10. Let's fucking go, Canon. Canon W, that's so true. My boy finally won. That form was a demon stake, which bounced and deflected off the walls all over the room.
How could you shame me so much? I'll kill you, kill you, kill you! You slowpoke! Even though you can't follow my movements anymore! I won't play around! I'm seriously mad! I'll pierce your heart in one blow! I'll plow right through you and make a fountain of bright red blood reach the ceiling! Die! Canon-kun!
With a speed exceeding even the limits that the human eye could follow, Lucifer went wild and flew at Canon's heart. Lucifer confirmed that the sweet taste she could feel was definitely Canon's blood, but she quickly noticed she hadn't pierced Canon's heart.
Oh?
This is why humans are so frightening. Would you like some black tea?
I'm fine for now. This is so interesting, I don't need black tea. Canon-kun. So arrogant. That's why you can't win against me.
The floor was stained with dripping blood. Hey, Abaddon with the gifted 20 memberships. Let's go. Thank you so much. It really was Canon's blood, but it wasn't flowing out of his chest. Canon had sacrificed his own left hand to protect his heart. Lucifer was arrogant. Even though she had been given enough time to realize that this was an opponent capable of cornering her. Even so, in her pride, she had believed that he was a worthless opponent. She had gotten careless. So, just as she had announced, she had aimed for his chest, trying to pierce his heart. Because she was arrogant, she hadn't even thought of aiming for somewhere other than the place she had announced. No, maybe she had thought about it a little. However, her pride would not allow her to aim for a different spot, because she was Lucifer the Proud. Canon, withstanding the pain, grasped the demon stake sticking deep into his left hand strongly with his right, and pulled it out. The sound of breaking bones and even more blood dripping down could be heard. Shannon instinctively averted her eyes. There was an air hole in the back of the pierced hand so big that you could clearly see through to the other side. Canon's face was filled with agony, but in this very moment, he had won without a doubt. The demon stake he was gripping with his right hand turned back into Lucifer again. Canon was now gripping exactly where her neck was.
I win. Beatrice!
Canon didn't hold back at all with the hand gripping Lucifer's throat. She had challenged him again after their fight had already been decided. Canon had no obligation to be considerate. But even so, Canon released the witch's furniture. Was it his naive humanism, his pity for another piece of furniture, or a final show of respect to the witch? In any case, when she was released, Lucifer fell face down on the ground, and made as if to vomit, moaning over the pain in her throat.
Spectacular, Canon. Your great efforts have gone some way to proving Kinzo's research correct.
Ronabe was clapping his hands. To Canon, who had achieved a difficult victory, incurring a wound on his left hand that couldn't be closed. That applause seemed nothing but shallow.
All possibilities are hidden in the human heart, was it? My, this is why humans are frightening. Well done, Canon. You are victorious. Spectacular! Are you okay? Canon-kun.
Abigail with the $10. Hey Marcy, spent the last few days catching up on the VODs and I'm totally hooked. Glad to be catching it live and thanks for providing an accessible way to consume this story. Hey, thank you so much. Glad you're enjoying it and glad you've been catching up with it. Actually, while I'm reading that donation message, I think now would probably be a good time to remind people, since I have put it on this layout too, but it is a little bit small text, but I am now doing fan art glances at the end of these streams, so if you put something on Twitter or Tumblr and tag it NezumiVA stream, hashtag NezumiVA stream, then I will look at your art at the end of the stream. So, yeah. There you go.
Are you okay? Canon-kun.
Shannon ran up to him and wrapped a handkerchief around his left hand, which was still spraying blood.
That was spectacular, Canon. Truly spectacular. I was also slightly hoping for an upset. How truly wonderful you are as furniture not to let me down. I think better of you now. I honestly think better of you.
You better not have forgotten our promise. Beatrice.
Of course I have not forgotten. Witches and demons are admittedly unjust. However, we are much more noble than humans when it comes to our contracts. I will not go back on my word. I guaranteed that if you won, I would give you the right to decide the 5 people who will escape becoming the 13 sacrifices. Beatrice-sama, I haven't yet
Beatrice twirled her pipe, and heaven and earth turned over just for Lucifer. So, as a horribly natural result, she fell onto the ceiling. The ceiling doesn't seem that high to people standing on the floor. However, people who fall on it upside down and head first surely don't feel the same way.
Milady, isn't this a little much?
That may be so. I suppose I will forgive her.
Beatrice spun her pipe again. When she did, the magic that had been affecting Lucifer was released. So, as a horribly natural result, this time with extreme legitimacy, she fell back onto the floor.
Beatrice-sama, forgive me. What are you afraid of? I've already forgiven you, haven't I? So, Canon, shall we continue?
Continue what? You aren't saying that you want me to finish her, are you?
Oh, no. It isn't over yet, right?
What isn't? Stop dodging the question.
I did promise you, didn't I? If you could defeat my furniture of the 7 stakes of purgatory, right? Come, arise, 7 stakes of purgatory, the 6 younger sisters of the worthless elder sister.
With the shrill laughing voices, the air split, and gold sprayed everywhere as the remaining 6 of the 7 stakes of purgatory showed themselves. All of the 7 sisters of purgatory, only one of which Canon had been able to defeat by sacrificing his left arm, were gathered. By now, Canon regretted his thoughtlessness in accepting the witch's challenge. He had been foolish to assume that a game with the witch would be on even footing.
Lame-o! Onisama, why are you crawling on the floor? You people... See, this is why Onisama's useless. Even though she acts like she's so great as the oldest sister, that's just on the outside.
Yeah, seriously.
Lucifer Onisama, your disgraceful behavior will damage others' opinions about all of us. Know your shame, you novice. Canon-kun, awesome! But don't get cocky, okay? Lucifer Onisama just brags all the time. She's no big deal compared to the rest of us sisters.
That's why I'm always saying Lucifer Ne shouldn't do anything.
It's alright if she just brags all the time, because we superior ones always have to clean up the fighting scenes. What are you gonna do, Onisama? We respect your pride, so we were planning on letting you challenge him again in the beaten-up body without getting in the way.
In that beaten-up body.
The Canon-kun sure is strong, right? Right now, no matter how much you struggle, there's no way you can win, right? You people! My, you sisters are always so lively. Is now really the time for discord? Because personally, I'm a much bigger fan of Bill Cipher. I think he was a much better villain than
that guy on my list. Oh god, no. Sorry, this joke sucks.
Being a 7-person unit is what makes you the 7 Sisters of Purgatory. Now play nice and execute the task I gave you. Swiftly, alright? Come on, Lucifer Onisama. If you want to borrow the power of your little sisters, say it, okay? We want to hear you ask us for help from your own mouth. You plan to mock me even more? I, the foolish, weak, ugly, shameful. Eldest sister Lucifer, beg my youngest sisters to save me. Come on, let's hear it. If you let us hear that, we'll save you. That's a deal, right? Everyone? You... bitches!
The 7 sisters of Purgatory taunted their elder sister, calling her worthless. Peanut Cakes with the $2. I thought it was a good joke. Well, thank you. I appreciate that you liked it. Verbally abusing her. Even Canon, who had been fighting her for his life until a second ago, couldn't bear to look straight at it.
As if I could say something like that! Do it quickly. Obviously, we won't get anywhere with you alone. Hurry up and slay Canon as the 7 sisters.
Oh, what could be wrong, Lucifer? It is an order from Milady, you know.
How cruel.
Lucifer ground her teeth over and over, hurled curses at her sisters, and then, as she trembled all over, she answered her sister's request.
I, the foolish, weak, ugly... Shameful! Shameful. Eldest sister Lucifer, beg...
She was finally unable to endure saying those degrading words, and the girl bearing the name of Pride broke down, crying. However, the 6 younger sisters kept giggling cold-heartedly.
Hey! Don't try to trick us by crying. You haven't finished saying it.
That should be enough. Come, sisters, let us display our power. I won't be satisfied until I hear the whole thing, you know? Come on, One-sama, keep going! That's enough! Come on, the shame has been brought upon all of us, sisters. We won't let them return alive.
All right, how should we play with this pitiful furniture? Any wonderful suggestions? Me! BL's thinks the 7 of us should get along and split Canon up between us.
Good plan. That way all of the sisters can get along. Then I'll take the head. All of you can have the limbs.
No! I get the head!
You know there's no way there'll be any meaning to promises like that. It's obviously gonna be first one there wins.
Canon-kun, if you have a suggestion for how you'd like to be killed, just tell us, okay? We 7 sisters will kill you in an awesome way.
Damn. Ugh! You've shamed me so much! Even slicing you into 8 pieces won't be enough! I'll slice you into 100 pieces! Here we go, everyone!
Yes, One-sama!
The 7 of them burst at once. They had no desire to play or boast. This time, they would genuinely follow their master's order. Slay Canon, swiftly. The 7 sisters jumped around the room faster than the eye could see, deciding how they would kill Canon. They tortured Canon with their cruel giggles, sometimes making a close pass at him. They kept scraping his arms, shoulders, and cheeks, carving red lines into his body. At that time, Shannon dashed up behind him, holding on to him so that she blocked the way to his body at least a little. At the same time, a red cylinder wrapped around the 2 of them, like a beam of light sent from heaven. That cylinder repelled the evil ones who tormented Canon.
What? That's cheating! This has nothing to do with you!
Oh, I know what this is. She must want to play with us.
I'll take her. All mine! Beatrice-sama, may we have Shannon as our prey? I don't mind, do as you like. It seems Canon alone won't be enough to satisfy your gluttony. I'm so very grateful. Come on, I'll make you regret coming out uninvited.
I'll turn you into scraps of meat so shredded you can't tell who's who. Mix you and mince you into hamburgers.
Idiot, breaking that barrier comes first. Do your job before you start worrying about food.
Yes, One-sama.
As a horribly natural first action, the 7 sisters began to destroy the barrier Shannon had created. Shannon's barrier certainly was extremely strong. It was enough power to impress even Beatrice. It was strong enough that frail furniture would turn to dust just by touching it. And it was firm, like a tree with deep roots. But no matter how big a tree gets, it will eventually surrender to a saw or a hatchet. For the 7 sisters, chopping down Shannon's barrier, while it was a pain, was not impossible. The sound, like beetles jumping around, grew even more fierce and filled the room. They cut up and steadily eroded away that red barrier, as though with a hatchet, a saw, no, a chainsaw by now.
How foolish. You must have known that your barrier can't fully protect you from these girls. Why?
Because I can't just let it happen.
Shannon spoke back resolutely as she covered Canon, who had already spent all of his energy and sprawled on the floor.
If you hadn't barged in uninvited, I would have given you a sleep-like death. Why have you deliberately exposed yourself to the 7 sisters? All death is not equal, you know. You realize an intense death tortures you even after you die?
Go ahead.
Do as you like. Just like you do as you want. I have done as I wanted.
Somehow you simply lack entertainment value recently, you know. The most interesting part about love is during the time when it's uncertain whether or not you will achieve it. After achieving it, a woman is like salmon who has finished laying its eggs. I've already tired of you.
Thank you. No words I could hear from a witch would make me happier.
Then at least in the end, show me a way of dying that will please me greatly. Seven Sisters, did you hear that? Show me the limits of your brutality in the way you kill Shannon.
Shannon.
My apologies. In the end, I wasn't able to match up to your greatness, Genji-sama.
You're an idiot, Ne-san. If you had just let me be, then you might not have met this horrible.
No, it's all right. I was able to receive the ring from George-sama and live as a woman. I was able to protect you and live as a sister. With this, my life is settled, with no regrets.
You're pissing me off! That philosophic view is really irritating! This is why your furniture, you don't even smell like a human! Look at me! I am a human! Don't spout out philosophical stuff like you're more complete than I am, you furniture! How ugly. Is that regret your true form? It's not a regret! This is called living! You received a ring, so it's alright if you die? What? I can't understand it. Not a clue, not a hope, but goddamn astonished! Goddamn shocked! No goddamn good at all!
Milady, I might suggest you are acting somewhat undignified.
Shut up, furniture! Shannon, do you think I'll let you die easily? Now's the time to bite your tongue! How pitiful. If you can see yourself reflected in my eyes, then shudder at your own ugliness. Don't worry. I'll crush you, mush you, mash you up so you're even uglier while you're still alive!
At that time, Genji softly entered the red barrier. Maybe that barrier didn't block those without ill intent. Then, Genji softly held Shannon from behind and covered her eyes with his right hand.
Genji-sama.
You have done enough now. Go to sleep before me.
Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama.
After that, Genji softly pressed his left hand against the area around her collarbone. As he did, from that area where the left hand pressed, a crimson stain gently spread out. When Genji removed his hand, bright red fresh blood oozed out of there. For just the very first instant, it appeared to be shaped like a crimson rose. And when he removed the right hand that covered Shannon's eyes, there was a peaceful expression on her face, as though she was sleeping. And she fell softly, silently down, and slept. Her soul had already been sent to a world where the malicious witch and her furniture could never reach her, no matter how evilly they tortured her. Beatrice and the Seven Sisters were shocked by this scene. Only Ronave had a mysterious expression, along with his smile. Then, Genji leaned over Kanon, who was crouching on the floor.
You did well. You too should sleep now.
Yes. Thank you very much, Genji-sama. Just as he had done with Shannon, after gently covering Kanon's eyes with his hand, Genji gently covered the area around Kanon's collarbone with his other hand. And then, when that was removed with the lightness of a feather, there was a crimson rose shape. But that rose shape quickly turned into the stain of bright red blood pouring out.
What is that?
What a boring person. The fun of a balloon of life is in poking it with a needle and making it forcefully explode.
Spectacular, Genji. You truly are furniture. Thank you very much. Well then, Beatrice-sama, Ronave-sama. With this as my final task, allow me to rest.
You took what I was playing with. All of that thrashing and mashing I wanted to do to them. I hope you're willing to take all of that instead.
Beatrice faced him with an unsatisfied expression, but Ronave spoke quietly to Genji with a soothing smile.
You've worked hard. You are my greatest servant. I shall bestow as a final gift to you a peaceful sleep, worthy of all your labors until now.
What? Wait, what are you...
When Ronave snapped his fingers, as if Genji was a puppet that had crumpled from its strings being cut, suddenly, and yet gently, he fell, sprawled on the floor, into a sleep that witches couldn't call him back from. That was as filled with kindness as the sleep he had given Shannon and Canon.
What was that, Ronave? What a boring anticlimax!
Are you not a powerful great witch, my lady? Something such as this is not enough to pay attention to. It's not like you allow the blood to rush to your head because of provocation from... It is not like you to allow the blood to rush to your head because of provocation from someone like Shannon.
What was there that Beatrice didn't like? Was she still unable to remove the thorn of Shannon's words? Ronave laughed lightly, as though lamenting the complexity of the human and the female heart, and ordered the seven sisters to go. After all, there were still 2 sacrifices left for the first twilight. The seven sisters cavorted as they disappeared. Just to go ahead and preempt and answer this, yes, even though, despite that phrasing, yes, all of the servants who just died will be showing back up in the next game. Goda was doing the nighttime rounds. There had never been anything on Rokenjima outside the Ushirimiya family, so checking that the doors and windows were all closed had no real purpose. However, ever since Natsuhi had scolded them, saying that this was careless, the nighttime rounds had become part of the servants' daily routine. The reason that Natsuhi had ordered this was the occasional disturbances of the witch. Everyone who had visited this island knew about the legend of Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. This had become established as this island's characteristic ghost story. Because of that, it was only natural that some people would occasionally say that when they thought they were alone in the mansion, they had heard strange sounds or seen the shadow of a person. However, when that had created a little too big of a disturbance and reached Natsuhi's ears, she had made a fuss, thinking that some suspicious person might have been coming in and out. June Pop 45 with the $5. Goda Trice! That's right! It was always Goda, the Godin Witch! Marks his prey once again! Apparently, it was said that she had roused all of the servants and had them check throughout the mansion. Because of this, all of this uproar over the witch had happened before Goda had come. He had only heard about it from the more senior servants. Ghost stories like that could be found in any workplace, even at the hotel Goda had once worked at, and at the restaurant. There was never a shortage of those types of stories. So, when he heard that story on this island, he smiled bitterly, thinking, so they have that kind of thing here after all. He smiled bitterly, but he thought when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and had not slighted that. Goda went along with it on the outside, but in his heart, he thought it was a childish trick. At first.
This certainly is eerie. I see. I understand why the servants got in an uproar over this in the past.
He could understand that if someone doing the rounds on an eerie night like this saw a lace curtain waving in the breeze from a window which hadn't been closed, they might have been tempted to believe they had seen a ghost.
So, there's a curse if you make fun of the Witch of the Portrait, huh? Seems like there were servants who got hurt really badly and quit, too. I'd hate to be injured. I'm already this old. Doubt I'll ever be blessed with a workplace this hospitable again. Great Witch of the Portrait, I'm really gonna work hard here, so please go easy on me.
Goda prayed to the portrait, his hands together, as though he was at a Shinto shrine. That one Greek goddess 06 said, hi, I'm still gonna wait for the VOD because I don't have time for streams, but update, I'm in chapter 3 of Higurashi now, and geez, oh my fuck, holy shit. Yeah, good luck. Chapter 3 of Higurashi is really well written, but god is it emotionally tumultuous to get through. At that time, he thought he heard a sound. The kitchen? Was that the sound of something metal falling on the floor? Surely a mouse or a cockroach hadn't come out and knocked over some of the dishes. No. How could that be? It was routinely and thoroughly cleaned. Goda thought that in any case, he had better check what that noise had been, and entered the kitchen. He turned on the kitchen light. When he did, he heard a strange sound. Clank, 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 clank. To a cook like Goda, that sound seemed like the lid on the pressure cooker or something was shaking. Of course, it couldn't be in use when no one was in the kitchen. If someone had been using the gas, what a dangerous thing to do, to just walk away from it. Just in case, Goda decided to inspect the area around the gas range.
What is this?
When he did, in the corner by the gas range, the pressure cooker really had been placed there, just as he had thought. But the flame wasn't on. And yet, the lid was clanking. Was something fermenting and leaking gas? How could that be? Then, was there a mouse or something inside? How could there be? Ridiculous. In front of people, Goda acted as though he had a bold personality fitting for his build, but he had actually had an unexpectedly timid side to him. He was terrified to find out what might be inside, and he couldn't check it carelessly. In his cowardice, he grabbed a nearby wooden pestle, and with a clunk, tapped it a little strongly against the side of the pressure cooker. When he did, the clanking sound suddenly stopped. He should have been relieved now that it had stopped. But the fact that it had stopped when he was about to hit it was even more eerie, and made him even more suspicious about what was inside.
Strange phenomena do not exist in this world. No, sirree. Yes, there's no such thing as witches, or magic. Things like that can't possibly exist. All phenomena can be explained with science, as though monsters and witches could exist.
He repeated that many times, trying to build up his own confidence. It was quite comical how he looked completely different from what he was saying.
Who would believe in a witch? Who would believe in magic or curses? Come on, show me what you really are. Take that!
He removed the lid of the pressure cooker, and lying exposed there was the sparkling clean silver bottom of the pot. There was absolutely nothing frightening like he had imagined.
Well, of course. There's no way there could have been anything inside.
By now, Goda realized that he had been a coward. So while he still had some doubts about what had caused the lid to make that sound, he explained it away abstractly as some quirk of positioning or something, and decided not to worry about it too much. Then he took the lid he had grabbed and softly set it back down where it had been. It's all right. There won't be a sound. Obviously. As if witches or magic could exist. Clank. Clank, 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 clank. Huh? Clank, 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 clank. Clank, 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 clank. All of the pots and utensils in the kitchen started clanking at once, and it grew stronger still, until finally it became so strong that the lid to one of the pots fell off. And, from inside that pot, a slender white arm slowly stretched out. The lid fell off another pot, and another hand slowly stretched out. And another. And another.
Witches aren't! Witches can't be real! I'll never believe it!
When the number of arms grew to 7, a loud, shrill laughter split the air.
What a letdown! It's a real letdown that a person who can make such delicious food is such a lightweight. If you don't need him, I'll take him. He's all mine. Wait, I said no! I'm gonna take him!
Huh? What? Ah!
Come on, let's search. There's only one more. That old hag. Where is she? Not the mansion. Maybe the guest house?
You snooze, you lose, right? You snooze, you lose, right?
Come on, search, search! Find her, find her! Don't get noticed by the relatives in the dining hall. Don't get noticed by the kids in the guest house. Search in silence, kill in silence. After all, it's still just the first twilight. She isn't in the guest house. But she isn't in the mansion either. Hey, hey, I found her. She's in the rose garden. Why is she standing around there without an umbrella? She's given herself up.
All mine, all mine! You slowpokes can just sit there and watch.
I told you no, this one's mine! Come on, if we take any longer, we'll get scolded by Beatrice-sama. Let's take care of it all at once. Come on, found her, surrounded her. Come on, let's get along and do it all at once, okay? Die!
But, Huh?
What is this?
What naughty girls. Could you be friends of that child?
What is with this old hag? There's got to be some mistake. One more time! Mackerel shield activate?
Why can she defend against us?
Move aside! One more time! No matter how often you try, it's useless. This person is good.
I'm waiting for that child. Would you mind calling for her?
Do you think we'd be apprenticed to you like that?
There's no need.
Beatrice-sama!
It was sufficient for even myself to manifest. I was sure that you would awaken.
Ronave, it has been a long time. Yes, it truly has been a long time.
This woman, she didn't use Sama for his name!
And it has been a long time for us also, Beatrice.
She's not even using Sama for Beatrice-sama.
Enough. Do you know who this person is? Beatrice was originally this person's name. I merely inherited that name from her. This person is my master. The predecessor, Lady Beatrice.
The predecessor? Lady Beatrice? Gold butterflies appeared in ones and twos from the Garden of Roses and began to gather around Kumasawa. And after becoming a golden radiance and enveloping her, they burst and disappeared, and Kumasawa's form was no longer there. Oh, chat, you were having such a time. Prepared to have even more of a time. Instead, there was another golden witch, the one who had in the past explained to Beatrice the path of the Endless Witch, the only person Beatrice had called master in her entire life. Her hair was long, beautiful, and vividly youthful, and her figure in that elegant dress was unrecognizable as an old lady. No, this looked like a completely different person than Kumasawa.
Well, well, master. I never even dreamed the day would come that we would meet each other again. Yes, me too. Certainly I never even dreamed that my sleep would be disturbed. Such a troublesome time for you to awaken. If you remained sleeping as usual, the first twilight could be finished without much trouble. Or should I welcome you? I was just a little bored. Just as usual, it seems that you're toying with sinless people in a vulgar game. I believe I've taught you many times that the power of the Endless Witch must not be used to cause people trouble. Don't say that, Master. Isn't boredom our natural enemy? This is just a little spice to escape from that. The more the corrosion advances, the stronger my power becomes, and the easier it becomes to call my minions. But who would have thought that it would release the seal on you, Master, at the same time?
Guys, you keep asking why this hasn't happened before. They keep saying it. They keep saying that Kumasawa had not awakened. That Beatrice's magic has gotten to the point where she was awakened from her slumber.
It was because I predicted that I slept very close to you like this, as I prayed in my sleep that I would not be woken again. Being reunited with you like this is a very sad thing for me. You're as cunning as always, Master. Ronove, have the furniture children step back. Furniture merely serves its master. The master is responsible for all of her crimes.
Certainly, Madame Beatrice.
I have already surrendered that name to this child. Come now, step back. Furniture girls, for those who do not listen the first time, I say it a second. However, I do not speak it a third.
Step back, Seven Sisters of Purgatory. If you get involved, you will be turned to dust.
Back, everyone!
Ronove and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory retreated. After that, there was the Beatrice whose bold expression didn't falter, and the Master Beatrice who had given up that name and wore a composed smile.
Well then, Master, what tea shall I prepare for our long-awaited reunion? Let's see. This reunion was longer in coming than the visit of a comet. I will accept your hospitality. If there appears to be any issues, then my name and the title of Endless Witch, I will have them returned. Understand? So there's even a license renewal policy for the title of Endless Witch. As you say, Master, see how splendid your disciple has become, and see how far she has surpassed what you were long ago.
It looked like sparks exploded in the air between the two Beatrices. Just by glaring at each other, they purged all spirits from that space. As they watched, the Seven Sisters shivered, because if they had retreated just 3 steps less than they had, they would already have been turned to dust by now. So, come, Beatrice. Surrendering my name to you is the only regret I have in my life. I will now correct that error with my own hands. Tut, tut, tut. That's wrong, Master. My only error was becoming your disciple to learn this trifling level of power. Got that? You call this magic? You call this being an endless witch? The power to notice. That's all it was. And you made such a big deal of it. Your time is long past, Master! Let's fucking go! Fake red shoes!
I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. What in the world is happening right in front of my eyes?
Poor thing. It seems my disciple is causing you trouble. I apologize.
You? Who are you? Why did Kumasawa Bachan turn into an attractive lady like this? I mean, who are you? I don't get it. What kind of special effects are these? My head feels like it's gonna explode.
I am the witch master of that child. My old name was Beatrice. When she succeeded me, I gave her that name.
so I do not have a name.
You already said it, but your disciple's being a real pain to me. Please, take responsibility and do something. No, wait. I don't believe in stuff like this. As if witches and magic are real. I won't accept this messed up battle. Damn it all to hell. What am I supposed to believe?
Just like you, hospitality with a very quick temper.
I'd expect nothing less from you, Master. It looks like this level of magic is so insignificant to you that you can't even be bothered to open your eyes. Looks like it will be impossible unless I'm prepared to wreck the whole island, right? Come, arise! Shoulder war towers! In response to Beatrice's summons, a terrific earth tremor split the rose garden, and on either side of her shoulders, 2 massive war towers sprouted and stabbed into the heavens. They stretched 100 merut tall, and each one had over 360 ports. It has been a while since we've gotten one of these. This word is probably related to a fictional unit of length from Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, which seems to be about 1 meter long. They were war towers of the god's army corps, which had not allowed the heroes of antiquity to invade their precincts, even as they banded together. As Beatrice elegantly floated in the gap between the 2 massive 2-headed towers, she looked down on her master, sneering with absolute superiority. With the 2 massive towers lined up behind her shoulders, the witch looked very small, like a butterfly dancing between large trees. Don't think you can dodge it by turning into butterflies, all right? The density of the Twin Towers barrage wouldn't just make you a pinned bug collection. It'd make you a madly stabbed pincushion. Get it? The tower's more than 720 ports opened, and godly soldiers readied their multi-shot ballistas.
Does that conclude your turn?
Those are your last words. Open fire! Ballista shots numbering easily over 1,000 were all fired at once, drawing a beautiful geometric curtain of death. The boorish sound performed by those bowstrings was probably even deeper than the sound of death swinging his scythe. Come, arise, fallen tower. Split the single language and make known the sin. Oh my god, another witch has hit the towers. I'm sorry. The sky was stained in incandescent red, and from between the clouds, a blazing, massive tower fell upside down. That massive falling tower and its rubble swallowed the thousands of ballista shots, so that not one of them could approach the body of the witch that had summoned it. Yes, none can approach the mysteries of heaven. That was the truth of the fallen tower. As I would expect from you, Master. If you do something, you always do it big. My turn isn't over. Come, arise, sons of Ivaldi. Bestow upon me a worthy spear. As the massive crimson tower that had fallen made a mighty gold-colored explosion, from inside those flames, a spear showed itself, of such massive proportions that you had to look up to see all of it, much like a tower. It was too large for even a giant's hand. It was a divinely beautiful spear of the gods, so massive that it gave the illusion that the tower which had fallen had turned into a spear of the same size. A spear of certain victory that no one could escape. It looks like your twin towers are useless. How foolish that you blocked off your means of escape on both sides. You can't defend against even a single spear. When she snapped her fingers in command, the massive tower-like spear shot at Beatrice like a lightning bolt. As the Golden Witch danced in the gap between the towers like a butterfly, it sliced straight through the air like a flash of lightning, aiming right for the very middle of the absolute center of her heart with the most ultimate and extreme precision. Ha! So, you use Gungnir in a place like this? You really are incredible, Master! Explode, useless towers! Arise, giant soldier battle line! Fully block that divine spear with your shields and chests!
The shoulder war towers exploded in gold. They became several billion gold butterflies. Those butterflies took the shape of 7 massive armored soldiers. Each stretched a full 50 merod into the sky. And they lined up in front of Beatrice, protecting their master and holding massive shields which towered like windmills. Their massive size was evocative of a mountain range. The witch hiding behind them was like a small moon hiding behind the mountains. Once in the past, when the massive shields these giants held had been readied by the whole giants' regiment, they had protected King Wilhelm's castle, not only from arrows, but from the wind and the rain. And when they had faced upwards and held their shields to the heavens, not a single raindrop had gotten through.
Foolish. How pitiful is the witch who has forgotten her respect for the divine. Did you think giants could defend against a spear of the gods?
Indeed. No matter how much human metal you're armed with, you cannot block a spear of the gods. A wonderful...
Ippolit? Ippolit mate?
I don't know. A wonderful Ippolit mate by Madam.
No way! And Beatrice-sama! Of course I haven't forgotten, Master. Come, arise, Hephaestus and his disciples. Bestow upon me a worthy shield!
A golden whirlwind arose at the feet of the giant soldiers. It was a group of countless butterflies. They attached themselves to the massive shields like gold leaf, sparkling like they were a gold mirror. That was the absolute defensive wall that the king of the gods gave to the goddess. The Aegis shield. When the holy spear, which left a dignified tail behind it like a comet, crashed into the mountain range of that gold shield, there was a terrible, thunderous war. Motherfuckers are playing Yu-Gi-Oh! True. It was the creaking of the pillars that held up the heavens. The divine spear spun around and around, sent flying in the direction the sun sets.
Impossible! She defended against the divine spear!
No, that is correct. The holy spear avoided the impact. It's the law of the gods. An absolute spear and absolute shield must not fight each other. Although in the end, it means the same thing as defending against it.
Churlish fighting appears to be the only area in which your skills have improved. Or rather, it seems that you're still as bad as ever at this kind of game, Master. It's my turn to strike back. I shall follow the code and counter a spear with a spear.
The giant soldier battle line, which had fully blocked the divine spear, released their holy gold shields. The shields fell to the earth, making the ground shake. And then, another gold whirlwind arose, and the 7 golden shields changed their form into 7 massive spears of lightning lying on the ground. In unison, each of the giants lifted a leg high and firmly stomped on the tips of the handles. As the earth shook with a thunderous sound, the 7 lightning spears spun beautifully and flew up above the giant soldiers' heads. They covered everywhere in a spray of gold as they began to fall before the giants. Each of the giants squared off, and with the force of their whole body, they kicked and smashed them into pieces. Those broken pieces numbered exactly 30 each, and became lightning spears of exactly the same size as the original, which made 210 for all 7 of them, and all of those burst at once, each splitting into 30 thorns, so that there were 6,300. They became a thundercloud barrage, drawing out a beautiful geometric pattern. And then, each of those changed into 3 bolts of lightning, so that 18,900 thunderbolts shot at the predecessor Beatrice. This is actually more like a Toho fight, really.
It's over! Beatrice-sama!
I would expect nothing less from Madam.
Certainly, a bundle of almost 20,000 thunderbolts should have reduced the master's body to dust, but there was no impact. Beatrice knew immediately that she had been fooled. At that moment, from the direction the sun was supposed to set, she felt an impossible ray of sunlight. A brilliant ray of light shone on her profile. It was the figure of the master, holding aloft the spear of the gods that had supposedly been repelled a short while ago. She bore a brilliant radiance like the sun on her back and made it shine on the incarnation of darkness. Beatrice, watching from there, was trapped like a mouse in a cage, cornered in a dead end formed by the giant soldier battle line. By now, the predecessor Beatrice had seized a position directly alongside the giant soldier battle line.
Now we are done playing. Beatrice! Have I exposed my flank?
Her bold expression hadn't faltered once before now, but now it was twisted for the first time. And faster than Beatrice could click her tongue, the predecessor Beatrice released the holy spear. In midair, it sprung into the air once more, and changed its form once again.
Come, arise, Virgo brothers. Bestow upon me the giant-smashing iron hammer of heaven. Giant soldiers, protect me! What are you doing, you slowpokes?
By now, it was no longer a spear, but the whirlwind of a massive hammer that raised a sound like a windstorm as it flew through the air. Menlo Marsails with the $5. It's always sunny in Philadelphia title screen font. Kumasawa revisits her Chuni face. True. Not wrong. Very accurate, in fact. It was the legendary hammer that had shaken the king of the frost giants, so the giant soldiers couldn't escape from that fear. So no matter how much their master ordered them, they couldn't block the path of that hammer.
Back rank mate, rest in peace. Damn it!
Before the whirlwind of this massive chunk of metal, Beatrice was nothing more than a mere speck. The instant the whirlwind started to suck Beatrice in, Beatrice's form turned into a massive war tower. The iron hammer smashed the war tower, scattered tremendous amounts of rubble, but it did not reach she who had escaped behind it. Furthermore, when the smoke started to settle, and the war tower had sucked in the massive iron hammer without crumbling and blocked the way, even the giant smashing iron hammer couldn't break through the final tower protecting the witch. However, this war tower was in fact the witch's last trump card. It was a war tower for dodging that could only save her from danger once. But this tower was impregnable. No weapon could break through it. Just then, the moon disappeared. As Beatrice hid in the shadows of the giant soldier battle line in the war tower, she looked up at the sky. When she did, inside the moon was the figure of a massive horse ridden by the god of war and death. The predecessor Beatrice rode the horse with him. His cloak had blocked the moon and swallowed it in an eerie shadow, and the spear of the gods was in his hand once more. It was, in other words, a godly knight who had jumped over the ramparts formed by the giant soldiers in the war tower, attacking from the heavens.
You got me. Smothered mate. It was fun, Beatrice.
The struggle to the death between the two witches with the same name was resolved. The spear that had been launched from the heavens pierced the ground. The giant soldier battle line in the war tower split up into countless gold butterflies, shrouding the area in a golden storm. Then, the sound of thunder, and the sound of the falling rain and wind. Suddenly, that place was the empty rose garden once more. The butler and the rest were watching the two witches confronting each other, but only Beatrice was different. She had been pierced straight through by the spear, from the base of her neck and her right shoulder to her left buttock, unable to even reach the ground with her feet, horribly exposed like a pitiful pinned butterfly, tormented by the wind and rain.
Beatrice-sama.
Truly, she's a fearsome person.
It is decided. Beatrice. Ouch. Beatrice wore a bitter smile of false courage, but a strand of blood dangled from her mouth, making her look even more pitiful. The title and power of the Endless Witch. You will now return them to me, along with the name Beatrice. You are too immature to be called the Endless Witch. Stop. Forgive me, Master. I was just fooling around, okay? I will take my name back from you. I will return you to your original form. Relinquish this power which is beyond you, and live a life suitable for yourself. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? The predecessor Beatrice began to recite the words of power. When she did, small gold butterflies gathered around the skewered Beatrice and began to swarm about her. Like butterflies sucking the nectar out of flowers, they began to suck the magical power out of Beatrice, and it seemed that it caused her intense pain. A cry of agony escaped from Beatrice's mouth. She no longer had any power to resist it. Come, try closing your eyes. Try to remember. What form did you have? Come, Beatrice, repeat it with me. Let us chant together. Then it will be over in no time. Let us end your pain as fast as possible. You're right. How long has it been since I chanted with you, Master? Now together. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Come, try to remember. What form did you have? When the two of them began to recite the same chant, more and more gold butterflies danced around, swarming around Beatrice. It's all right, milady. You will lose the fact that you are my disciple, but that will not change the fact that you are the lady I serve. After that, I shall read a book for you again. I shall bake you apple pies again, just like it was long ago. Come, try to remember. Yes, try to remember. Are you finally starting to remember? Well, Master, did you remember that thing behind you? What is this? This is... When the predecessor Beatrice looked behind her, there was a creepy hedgehog crouching there. No, it was herself. There was another predecessor Beatrice whose whole body was packed with ballista shots, lying there like a pincushion doll. Come, try to remember. What form did you have? No, I suppose that's wrong. Come, try to remember. How were you killed? The predecessor Beatrice was shocked. Instantly, her form began to grow faint. When did you? In the beginning, I did not summon shoulder towers. They were quadruplet towers. Master, you nonchalantly stepped across the seventh rank rook boundary of death created by the two hidden towers, which were lurking in the distance on either side of you. It was bad manners for me to say check so late. Let me openly apologize. The battle had been decided at the very beginning. It had been over since the time the predecessor had leaned forward, readying her holy spear to attack Beatrice, who had been wedged between her shoulder towers. The hidden towers lurking on either side had bathed her in a windstorm of ballista shots from 720 ports on both sides, pinning and killing her.
However, Beatrice hadn't wanted it to be resolved with that. She had wanted to make her master take her next move, and had continued acting as though the game was still on. She had immediately revived her with the endless power, and had made her continue the game as though nothing had happened. Then, the predecessor slowly remembered that she had already been killed, and began to completely erase her form. When she did, the spear which had pierced Beatrice also erased itself. Beatrice finally fell and landed on her feet. There wasn't even a trace of a scar.
It was fun, Master. If you want to play again, I'll revive you any time. And once we've had some fun, I'll make you remember that you were a corpse again. Okay. I'm fully obeying what you taught me, you know. Didn't you say to always put a toy back in its box when you're done playing with it?
Was it an easy victory?
You fool. It was a difficult victory. If I hadn't tricked her with the quadruplet towers, I would have been the one to die, as I would expect from my master. But now I may feel proud. Now I have completely surpassed my master. Ronove, make Master's remains a little better. I haven't lost my respect for her that much.
Certainly. Tonight's first twilight became a little too riotous. It will require some cleaning up. It shall be handled immediately. Goats, it's time to clean up.
When Ronove snapped his fingers, blazing, sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows and darkness, becoming goat-headed attendants which appeared one after another, slowly out of the black. One by one, they lined up behind Ronove's back, wordlessly standing at attention.
What shall be done about the 6 bodies this time? Another locked room format?
I'm not in the mood to think now. I will leave it to you. An extraordinary locked room to torment Battler, if you would.
Certainly. It shall be extraordinary.
All right, where is Battler? Battler! Did you watch my big moment?
Damn it! After being shown that screwed up magical storm, what can I deny? Do witches exist, I ask? After all those kabooms and kabangs, after being shown all that tremendous fantasy, what can I deny now? I don't get it anymore. It was like that last time too, but how can I deny that awesome, wonderful magical battle?
I know, right? After watching this, you can't talk your way out of it anymore, can you?
Junepop45, Beatrice basically won with pocket sand. This is malarkey. Atropos with the $2. If I have art but no Twitter, what do? I mean, I guess it depends. Atropos, I believe you're in the Discord server, so you can post the art in the art channel if you would like, and I can bring it up. But if you don't, and yeah, you can also post in the same tag on Tumblr if you want to. If you don't have any of those, that like, if anybody needs an alternative method, then yeah, you can ask me about it.
All right, Battler, let me hear some ridiculous reasoning.
Milady, your laugh is undignified.
Oh, my apologies, but I'm not to blame. After all, when Battler tightly closes his eyes, grinds his teeth, and shows me that ever so bitter expression, it just automatically slips out of my mouth, you see.
Come, Battler-sama. Why don't you return to the table without losing heart? Milady is expecting your counterattack, you see.
Fuck you! How the hell can I make a counter-argument? In the first place, this has all been fucked up since about the time that tower sprouted up out of the earth. Should I say that actually underground on Rokenjima, there's a secret laboratory for massive transforming, combining robots or something, and that by pushing a button, a strange tower sprouts up? Right, and then those huge giants must be robots, or maybe an evil secret association's mecha monsters. It makes no goddamn sense! Don't talk to me!
Come Come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't cry, all right? Kaboom, kabang, it's magic. If you want, I'll crush the moon and make comets fall like rain. I can even bury the whole island in those bouncy-chested babes you like so much, see? Come, come, look, my turn is over, see? Show me your response, counterattack. You can't, can you? I'm a quadrillion% sure you can't. You're useless against this, right? You actually like this kind of fantasy, don't you? I know all about it. This kind of stuff's been going around everywhere lately, hasn't it? In manga and light novels, in anime and movies. Some teenage brat has a whole bunch of strange special abilities and there's all these kabooms and badooms with the fate of the world at risk. You love that too, don't you? I know, don't hide it. You love it, right? That thing that you love just displayed itself a little before your eyes. That's all right. Why do you believe in manga and anime, but you won't believe in me? Believe it! You can't argue back, not after you've been shown something like this, right? Come on, answer me! You don't need to think, you can just obediently say, I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Come on, try saying it. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama, try saying it. Say it, don't be embarrassed.
Chunky Soup, thanks for the Canadian $7, by the way. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, she's having a good time. No, she does not actually say datebayo in Japanese. I don't think that is supposed to intentionally be a Naruto reference. There was no way to notice in the coming of morning without opening a window and looking at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit lighter. It wasn't a refreshing morning. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which had kept falling since last night, and the howl of the wind.
It's hard to imagine that it's morning. This horrible weather reflects our hearts.
But I'd say it's pretty gentle, considering. We should count ourselves lucky. It's rain that's falling and not spears. Whether it's rain or spears, bring it on, I say. Is it already 6 o'clock? Isn't this enough? I can't do much else until the mystery 19th person Beatrice takes action.
That's correct. However, I believe we've thought of almost every trick they could use against us.
Yes. As long as a traitor doesn't appear amongst us siblings, we should be able to deal with most situations. Haven't we talked about this enough? We ended up staying up all night. I'm tired. You're right. How about taking a little rest after eating breakfast?
A good plan. Staying up all night is trying at my age.
As they all stretched, they enjoyed this unrefreshing morning as best they could.
Let's go wash our faces or something. I probably look horrible.
Oh, all the siblings are alive. That is going to cause so much drama. Yep, you know it.
What is that horrible stench?
As soon as they exited into the corridor, Kyrie made an openly disgusted expression.
What's the matter? Hey, don't you smell something awful?
What is this stench? It's unbearable.
Because of that fuss, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. It was a faint stench, but after the complaints, they clearly noticed it. Each of them went into the corridor, relying on their own sense of smell to tell them where this strange odor was coming from.
What in the world could it be? Let us have Genji deal with it. I believe he should have already arrived in the servant room to begin the morning preparations.
Please. It's difficult to imagine that Goda, of all people, could be making a breakfast that would cause this kind of stench.
Rudolph's group searched for the source of the smell, and determined that it was coming from underground, from the boiler room. But the door was locked and they couldn't check inside. Meanwhile, Natsuhi's group were on their way to search for someone in the servant room when they had noticed something strange about the parlor.
What is this? What a horrible prank. Who would do something like this?
Drawn on the door to the parlor, in a paint that reminded one of blood, there was a strange, magic circle-like thing.
No one has come to the kitchen yet. What is that?
Ava's group, who thought the smell had been coming from the kitchen, had returned, having observed that there was no one there and that preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. And they noticed the unusual state of the parlor.
It's no good. The boiler room's locked. Wouldn't it be bad if something's broken down in the boiler room? Was there a servant anywhere around?
Is that vulgar graffiti here, too? There was also one on the door to the boiler room.
What's that? This creepy graffiti isn't just here, it's in other places as well? You don't think that this is the Witch of the Forest Beatrice's declaration of war, right?
Hideyoshi tried to make fun of it, but staring at this creepy magic circle while listening to the wind and rain really made it seem like it was a message from a witch. The dripping bright red paint made one think of blood, and it made things even more eerie. Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it was locked. As a general rule, the parlor was never locked. Someone had gone out of their way to lock it.
What does this mean? Did someone secretly leave this graffiti while we were talking in the dining hall? On the doors to the parlor and the boiler room?
I'm sure the servants are behind this. We were together the whole time. We all have alibis. They probably did this prank on some strange orders from father.
Considering the incident yesterday with Maria-chan's letter, it's more than possible to suspect the servants are acting on Dad's orders and planning something. Where the hell is everyone anyway? They can't be playing hide and seek. Let's look for them.
Before that, I'm worried about the children. They're all right, aren't they? I'll go and check, and while I'm there, I'll see if there are any servants there.
Then let's split up. While you go to the guest house to see how the brats are doing, we'll check around inside the mansion. I don't want to have to think about it, but maybe these creepy magic circles aren't just where we found them. We might have become involved in a bizarre game of Father's. I'll go to ask him about the situation, though I doubt he'll be good-natured enough to listen to me.
The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousin's room and on the 2nd floor of the guest house. It appeared that they had stayed up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. Furthermore, Nanjo, who had returned early the previous night to rest, was also alright. It seemed he believed in the phrase early to bed, early to rise, and had awoken refreshed. During that time, Kirie and Hideyoshi searched for the servants, but they didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty.
The children are all right. All of them stayed up too late last night.
The servant room's empty. I looked at the shift chart and the morning shift was supposed to begin at 6. They should have started working by now.
The nap room was also empty. There were signs that the futon had been used, but they weren't warm.
You know what? I think Kraus, Nissan, and the others might have hit on it, don't you? This is probably a game planned on Father's orders. I bet my bottom dollar he left those creepy scribbles and hid himself somewhere. Trying to make us do something.
Are you saying that he's trying to see who's fit to inherit his wealth and the family headship? Isn't that a bit... No. It might not be strange if Father was behind something like that.
After all, Father loves big tricks. He might have had this plan brewing ever since that epitaph was hung in the hall.
In that case, I wonder whether he'll make an announcement of the game or an explanation of it. It also seems possible that another envelope with the crest might appear, like the one handed to Maria-chan. You're right. Maybe Nissan and the rest have found that in the mansion.
Dr. Nanjo, have you heard anything?
My apologies. I do not have any idea what's going on. And yet, yes, I see. I could easily imagine that Kinzo-san is planning something big.
Why don't we go back to the mansion for now? Maybe they found something over there.
If I will not be in the way, I'll come too.
I'll stay here. The children are sleeping upstairs. We don't know what's happening. We can't leave them alone. Yes, you're right. I'll stay with Rosa-san and watch over the place. Would you please tell that to my husband?
Rosa and Kirie remained in the guest house. Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. Meanwhile, in the mansion, unbelievably, or maybe we should say that bad feelings have a tendency to be right, Rudolph's prediction was right on, because the same magic circle graffiti that had been drawn on the doors to the boiler room and the parlor had been found in multiple other places throughout the mansion.
Aniki, how's Dad?
No good. No good. There was no response at all. I did try putting my ear against the door, but I couldn't sense anyone.
I cannot find the servants anywhere. Where in the world did they disappear off to? This isn't funny. Father and the servants are hiding, and there are strange magic circles all over the mansion. What in the world is happening?
There weren't only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door in the parlor. There were also 2 on the 2nd floor, and 1 on the 3rd floor for a total of 5. There was also the same magic circle. They were all the same magic circle, and all of the doors were locked so they couldn't check inside.
Anyway, let's do something about the boiler room first. It'd be bad if there was some kind of breakdown, caused a fire or an explosion. So we need the key.
I believe there was a key box in the servant room.
They fished through the key box in the servant room. Because each servant individually carried their own master key around, those weren't kept here. However, all of the individual room keys should have been there.
It's so packed with keys.
It isn't here. I've looked and looked, but I can't find the key to the boiler room.
Look, Aniki. Only the keys to the rooms with the magic circles drawn on them are just neatly missing.
It's true. How troublesome. It's as though someone doesn't want us to go into the rooms with the magic circles. No, they went to all the trouble of making them obvious using the magic circles, so perhaps they do want us to enter.
I think it's the latter. Breaking down the door is probably impossible. I mean, this isn't a movie. Smashing a window might work.
Kraus had a little trouble deciding whether this was a situation that called for smashing a window. At that time, Hideyoshi and Nanjo returned. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. They told the others that Rosa and Kyrie had stayed to watch over the place.
Good morning. I hear that something strange has happened. Good morning, Dr. Nanjo. I apologize for waking you so early in the morning.
What is it? Did you find a letter or something? I was sure you'd found something like that by now.
You're right. I also believe that this is a massive joke or a game of fathers. But if that was the case, there should be some letter telling us about that. Like the letter that was given to Maria-chan.
What if the announcement of the game actually was Maria-chan's letter? The details of the game, try to solve the riddle of the epitaph, have already been shown. Then, what could the 5 magic circles we found in the mansion mean? And the missing servants?
Natsuhine-san, how many servants were there total today? Huh? Genji, Goda. 5 of them. Why?
5 servants. 5 magic circles. Maybe a coincidence, but it worries me.
Nissan, let's break a window. We should check and see what's inside.
We have no choice. Do it neatly.
Kraus made his decision and gave permission to smash a window, and they decided the first room they would break into would be the parlor on the 1st floor, where the windows would be easiest to reach. They had hoped to peek in through the window, but the curtains were drawn so they couldn't see inside. Rudolph wandered around the garden, trying to find something that would be good for smashing the glass. Eventually, he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back.
You don't have to smash the whole thing. Just open it enough so that you can reach the lock.
Don't get your hopes up, alright?
Rudolph raised the rock and hit the glass with it several times. Before long, he succeeded in skillfully opening a hole big enough that he could unlock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through that hole and cautiously opened it.
We should probably cover it up with duct tape later. The rain will get blown in.
When he threw the window open and the wind and rain made the curtains dance around violently, he swiped the curtain to the side. They could see the parlor they knew well. They were a little relieved, because they had thought that maybe the room would be filled with more bizarre magic circles, or possibly the traces of some creepy ritual. In any event, they didn't want to hang around in this rain, so the 6 of them, Kraus, Natsuhi, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo, entered the parlor as a group.
It seems that nothing in particular is out of the ordinary.
What has happened? Shannon? Wait, are you alright? What happened to you?
Blood! Blood! Dr. Nanjo, take a look at this! Hey, Shannon-chan, are you okay? Answer me!
You mustn't shake her. I'll examine her condition now.
She had been in the shadow of a sofa, so they hadn't noticed her until they entered the room. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood.
Hey, Battler, where are you? Look, Shannon's corpse has turned up, see? I won't bully you anymore, so come out. Oh, there you are. What are you doing, holding your head in place like that?
Battler had his head pressed to the table and was clutching it with his hands. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. Had he heard Beatrice's sneering voice? Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? In any event, it was clear that he had closed up his heart like a shell.
I wonder if you've tormented him too much, milady. After showing him that much and demanding a counter-argument, I can understand why he wants to mope around.
Hey, Battler, if you can't argue back, resign, would you? It's your turn. If you don't make some move or pass, or else give up, we won't get anywhere. What's that? I can't hear you.
I said be quiet! Shut up! Witches? Magic? Can't you just do what you want? I don't believe any of it! Damn it! Don't talk to me! Don't show me anything! Go away! Go the hell away! Get your goddamned annoying face away from me!
Beatrice instinctively winced at Battler's sudden rage.
Even if you say that, if you don't finish your turn, then my turn won't come. I feel like saying, don't make me too bored.
You think I give a crap? Be quiet! Shut up! I don't give a damn about your game! I can't take this bullshit! If your turn won't come until mine's finished, then you can just wait for all stinking eternity, can't you? I don't care. I don't get it! I won't accept witches or magic. I won't accept something that fucked up! I said don't talk to me!
Yeah, he did do the Sans line.
I don't know what's what anymore. After being shown something that screwed up, how could I continue to resist? I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It was raining and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the wind and rain without an umbrella. Maybe I lost her game a long time ago. Actually, I wonder whether we hadn't reached a clear resolution in the previous game. After all, I had submitted to her for a time. So, the world has been tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Rokenjima is a different world where witches stride around openly and fire off strange magic. It isn't a matter of accepting it or denying it. Maybe I had mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Beato. I had already been defeated in the last game, and this may just be the signing ceremony of my surrender. Just now, mighty battle had unfolded in this rose garden. I'd seen it with my own eyes. I kicked the ground. Obviously, the ground was hard, and a puddle splashed. Several towers had split this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. The more I kicked this ground, the more it felt like that really couldn't be possible. But because of that, I couldn't explain it with anything other than magic anymore. I get the locked rooms with the key shut up inside. They're probably just an extension of what you always see in detective novels. But that stuff, though. All that big flashy stuff. Damn it.
It seems that my disciple has caused you much trouble.
Huh? Oh, it's you. I was suddenly spoken to, so I turned around. And in the Rose Garden Arbor was the predecessor Beatrice, who Beatrice had supposedly defeated a short while ago.
was sure you'd died. So, you were alive.
No, I died. Now I'm nothing more than a captured chess piece loitering outside the chessboard.
You're Beato's master, right? So, in other words, you're a witch too?
Yes, that is correct.
So, in other words, that means witches really do exist? And I'm not the one who can defeat her. That'd be you, since you can use awesome magic, wouldn't it? I'm just useless now. And there's nothing I can do anymore.
Oh my. Have you submitted completely?
What do you mean, submit?
How the crap should I explain that? Towers sprouting and falling? Huge giants holding shields and throwing spears? Just remembering it makes me feel like I'm going insane! Reasoning isn't worth a damn anymore, is it? And we've left the level of tricks and explanations with human culprits. Shit!
Calm yourself. I'm nothing more than a piece on that child's game board. After being removed from that board, I'm no longer a being who can do anything. But you are that child's opponent. As long as you do not give up by yourself, you will always have the power to strike back at that child.
Shut up! Weren't you also reciting strange spells and summoning towers and spears? What do you mean, strike back? Are you saying you'll teach me magic too, telling me to fight her in one of those massive magic battles?
If you wish, I could teach you a bit about magic.
Oh, just what I wanted. Please, give me some awesome magic to smash her chest in one blow. Ha! Don't screw with me.
I hear that in Japanese magic, there's a ceremony to pray for rain. Do you know of it?
Rain ceremony? That thing where you throw stuff into the fire and offer a dance? That's not magic. The fire causes a thermal, and as a result, rain clouds gather. I'm pretty sure that's an accepted scientific phenomenon.
Oh? I believed that it was a form of Eastern magic. But it isn't magic? I believed that people offered sacred fire to the heavens, as well as a dance of respect, so that your entreaty for rain would reach the hearts of the gods.
Maybe people did that long ago, but most occult things like that have a scientific explanation.
Why do things burn? Isn't that because phlogiston is contained in the material?
No, things burn because of oxidation reaction. Lavoisier? Lavasware? I don't know. Lavoisier abolished the phlogiston theory.
Why does heat transfer through objects? Isn't that because caloric is contained in the material?
I'm pretty sure that was abolished by Joule. Heat is energy, not a substance.
You've studied well. Your knowledge is correct.
It's just some random facts.
Phlogiston, caloric, and eventually ether and God's love. All are powerless before a scientific explanation. In the past, I was told that an apple falls from a tree, thanks to God's love, so that humans would be given food.
Even gravity was explained by God's love? Well, that's probably a leftover from a period when religion, rather than science, was used to explain everything.
Hi, Panic Pang. That's correct. In the past, humans called the limits of their knowledge. No, ignorance itself, magic. Just like the rain ceremony we were just talking about. Did the people of ancient times understand the science of fire giving rise to heat to cause a thermal which calls forth clouds? Even without understanding, they at least knew of the result.
That probably happened a lot. The wisdom of ancestors. Even without understanding the reason, through long experience, they knew that they would obtain the result. Phenomena whose principles they didn't understand were probably the same as magic to them. Just like this person had said, ancient people who didn't understand the principles had probably believed that. Though through the rain ceremony, their wish had reached the heavens and made the rain fall. To them, that was certainly magic. As long as they didn't understand thermals. If you press a light switch, the light turns on. Children do not know the scientific principles behind why the light bulb lights up. They press the switch, knowing only the result. If they can obtain a result without knowing the principles, isn't that magic to them? That's pretty interesting. Well, logically that's true. For example, I don't have a clue why the brawn tubes in a TV show a picture. However, I think it's completely normal for things to be displayed on a TV. Even if I don't understand the principles behind brawn tubes, I at least know that if I push the switch, I can watch TV.
It's exactly the same as having a rain ceremony without understanding thermals. In other words, I don't know the principles. Even TV is the same as magic. No, could you say that it is magic?
Do you know how Braun tubes are constructed? Have you ever taken one apart and looked inside?
Nope. I think I read about it in a book or something once, but it was complicated and I didn't have a clue. I think when electrons hit a fluorescent material, it creates luminescence or something like that.
That book was a fake. Actually, there are small people called gremlins shut up inside the Braun tubes, and they do their job with magic.
Huh? That's stupid. There's no way.
How can you deny it if you've never looked inside a Braun tube?
I've never looked inside, but I can state with confidence that small people like that definitely don't exist.
Since there's no Braun tube here, that's impossible to prove.
Yeah, it is impossible to prove right this very moment. But later I can take apart a TV somewhere and show you, and instantly win the argument.
So in other words, my magic theory that gremlins are shut up inside the Braun tubes and display the picture with magic. It's impossible to disprove until we can verify the contents of a Braun tube, correct?
What the hell? One of those. Are you trying to say it's a devil's proof? That's your favorite trick, you witches.
The devil's proof is sophistry exploiting the impossibility of proving a negative fact. However, it's different from what I'm talking about with Braun tubes. That could be resolved just by taking apart a single television.
You're right. It really isn't a devil's proof.
The scientific theory you propose and the magical theory I propose, one of those is the truth. And which one it is can be ascertained as soon as you look inside the Braun tube. However, until the instant that happens, we cannot deny each other's theories. So, despite the fact that there is only one truth, until the moment you look into the Braun tube, two conflicting truths can exist at the same time. A bizarre space where two truths, of which only one is permitted to exist, may exist simultaneously.
Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you'll know the answer. You will know the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive, and you can also claim that it's dead. Each of the two parties makes a claim that according to them is the correct truth. And even though the two sides are conflicting, neither can win the argument as long as the box remains unopened. In other words, two truths can exist at the same time. Even though there can only be one cat in the box, it's packed with a living cat and a dead cat, in a strange parallel world. That is what Rokenjima is now. This island is now a different world where a science theory and a magic theory exist at the same time. To a resident of the world of science, such as yourself...
To a resident of the world of science such as yourself, at a glance it may feel as though this island has been sucked into a world of magic. While that may be correct, it is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it has moved from the world of science to the midway point, between that world and the world of magic. So at a glance, it appears to you as though the world is tilted towards the magic side. But actually, this island is now in a perfectly impartial position with relation to the two opposing worlds.
I don't really get it. Midway between reality and magic? A perfectly impartial world? How is that? Hasn't everything been going really bad for me the whole time?
Then perhaps you could think of it this way. This is a trial. Think of it as a court where you and Beatrice are laying out opposite claims. We could describe it as a Braun tube trial. That child claims that there are tiny people inside the Braun tubes. And she explains about the lives of the tiny people, what they look like, what type of magical power they have, and so on. And you?
Well, I study in a library and argue back by explaining how Braun tubes are constructed, I guess.
At that moment, both your claim and that child's claim exist in the court at the same time. If you lend an ear to that child's claim, you may hear it as though it were the truth, see it as though it were the truth. That is precisely what you were shown. At this moment, on Rokenjima, witches and magic certainly might exist as a truth. However, that world is an uncertain wave function, existing only until the moment that the cat's box is opened. All states can be justified simultaneously. However, there is one truth. That's collapsed by observation, and countless truths are weeded out to become one truth. It's like when in court, the judge makes his judgment. The two truths from the prosecutor's and the defense's claims collapse by the judgment and become one.
So, to say it in your words, this island right now is the world right before looking into the Braun tube, right? Therefore, neither the science theory nor the magic theory can be denied. And since they cannot be denied,
both can exist as the truth. That is why both witches and magic can exist. However, at the same time, your opinion which denies them can also exist simultaneously as truth. It is a world where two conflicting things can exist at the same time. And it is a world where the conflicting truths cannot disprove each other. Is it starting to make sense to you?
in other words, no matter how much awesome magic Beato shows me, that's only a claim from the magic theory, and it doesn't disprove mine. So, it's like, no matter what kind of magic Beato shows me, in this world, that cannot become proof that magic exists.
That's right. That child will probably even try to explain an apple falling from a tree with magic. That child might shake her staff and pluck the apple with magic, and claim that she dropped it to the earth. However, that would be nothing more than another one of her claims. None of her claims can block your opportunity to make a claim. In that sense, this world is quite impartial to both sides.
I get it. Still, by that argument, even if I show a sound argument with my science theory, all it will do is collide head-on with her magic theory, and I can't win against her either. Furthermore, there won't be any final judgment unless we peek into the Braun tube. Where's the Braun tube in this world? It means there's no reason for us to argue. Wouldn't it be alright if we just got along and peeked into the Braun tube? If there really is a tiny person in there, I suffer total defeat. Otherwise, I win. Why do we have to hold this debate without looking into the Braun tube?
That itself is the game with which that child has challenged you to. Perhaps instead of a court, I should use chess as an example. Victory and loss is not determined by a judge. You who are fighting will decide it yourselves.
Can you win in an argument with an opponent in a screwed-up world where multiple truths can exist at the same time?
But do you not realize, in point of fact, you were beaten in an argument, and are sitting here right now submitting? That is all the advice I can give you now. If you wish, I can occasionally give you advice.
Sure. Thanks. That really helps. I'll avenge you.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
What's your name?
Beatrice used to be my name, but now that I've surrendered it, I do not have a name. So, I shall take a temporary name. Virgilius. No. What about Virgilia?
Virgilia, retired Endless Witch and Beatrice's master, made proper use of the endless magic and dedicated her life to the happiness and smiles of people, taught Beatrice the endless magic and retired believing that Beatrice would devote herself to people in the same way. As well as being Beatrice's master, she was also the consulting mage of Beatrice's old home. For this reason, Virgilia interacted with her in the manner of a servant. It is said that this was responsible for causing Beatrice's egotism and excesses.
Virgilia. Valkyria? Wasn't that the name of a legendary goddess?
No. It means the one who is a guide to Beatrice. I will guide you to that child who waits at the summit of Mount Purgatory. It should be a fitting name for that kind of guide.
To think that I'd accept help from a witch when I'm trying to deny witches. I see. If this is a contradictory world where different claims can exist at the same time, that also works.
Like Virgil from Dante's Inferno? Exactly. Yep, that is the exact reference being made.
It's almost funny.
I'm borrowing that child's words, but you truly are like a phoenix. Your will to fight has already been revived. Come, if your heart is prepared, return to that child. Return to the chessboard that child is sitting at. I look forward to seeing how far you can fight, my disciple.
Yeah, you just watch. I won't listen to her babbling anymore. I'll coolly fight to the end. I definitely won't get provoked by her anymore.
Then let us return to the seat of the battle. Oh, Battler! Where did you hide yourself? I thought the sore loser wouldn't show himself again, you see.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've cooled my head a little.
And? Did you think of a response to that pleasant, thrilling, refreshing, highly acclaimed, wonderful fantasy battle between Master and me? Isn't that impossible to explain without fantasy?
Milady, you've only just promised to be kind and act refined, remember?
Oops, my mistake. I just get in such a good mood when I see Battler's face, you see. Come on, come on, come on, come on then, Battler! The battle just now. How will you respond to it?
Battle. Did something happen?
What?
We're in this rose garden. Where are all those spears and towers that you grew? Where have they fallen to? They're not here, are they? In other words, this is what we see inside the bronze tube.
Inside the bronze tube, you say? What in the world are you talking about now?
In this very moment, there's nothing at all in the rose garden. Sure, towers may have been sprouting with magic a short while ago, but that's only until we learn what's inside the bronze tube. It is your interpretation that it was a magical battle, and that's nothing more than a claim. And the fact that there's nothing at all here right now is proof of that. This is how I argue back about that witch's battle just now. Right now, there isn't anything here, and that proves that nothing happened.
You know, obviously I can't make a huge mess right on the first twilight, and I do like that rose garden, you see. To prevent any damage, I fought inside a barrier, so it's only natural that it wouldn't have any influence on reality.
That's your claim? Well, I guess that works. However, my claim is that at this point in time there was nothing in the rose garden, and therefore there was no magic, has not been obstructed in any way.
Wait! Can you deny my magic with that mess? It's impossible to prove that magic does not exist. It's a devil's proof.
The truth is this garden at this very moment. The instant you look inside, the tiny people inside the bronze tube will vanish, and there are no traces of magic here at all. So that battle between you witches did not take place.
What the... The counter! That power... Could it be?
Have you forgotten, milady? It's the multiplanar world collapsation technique. The power of a finite witch, which is the pair to the power of an endless witch. Only an endless witch would be able to understand it, and it causes the strongest effect for an endless witch.
Schrodinger'S cat box! That old hag of a witch! What an uncalled for hint!
We've lost time. With the 5 servants and grandfather, there are 6 corpses. Let me check the scene. I've been trudging along wasting time. From now on, I'll speed things up, okay? Take a seat, Beatrice. It's finally the first twilight, isn't it? Let's start the real thing. Show me what you've got!
And with that, I am going to grab some water real quick, so I will be right back after it finishes transitioning. Come on. Okay. I have returned. Now then, let's get back to it. If you guys think some crazy things have happened in this episode so far, ooh, prepare yourself, buddy. Anywho, let's go. The adults' motivations aside, at least for us kids, these were supposed to be a fun couple of days where we cousins deepened our friendship. However, when we woke up, there was an unbelievably cruel reality waiting for us. Georgianiki and Jessica were crying over Shannon-chan and Kanon-kun's deaths. Right now, everyone who was alive was gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the guest house. And there were 12 of us. Unbelievable, right? There were 18 up until yesterday. And in one night, a third of that number had lost their lives. My agitation had finally settled down, and along with my lack of sleep from being woken up so early in the morning, I was beginning to feel like this was just a little unreal. I want to think that this is some kind of bad dream. My cheap escapism kept telling me that was true, over and over. A new place? No, not quite. It's just a part of the guest house that we haven't really been shown before because nobody's really hung out into it up until this point. Maria had gone back to sleep in the sofa Auntie Rosa was sitting in. Rather than her having nerves of steel, she probably genuinely hadn't had enough sleep. The adults were grasping members of Grandfather's collection of short-barrel rifles. Apparently a remnant from the period when he was obsessed by westerns. There were 4 identical guns altogether. Those had been split up between the 4 siblings, Uncle Kraus, Auntie Eva, my dad, and Auntie Rosa. Paper boxes filled with bullets lay on the table, and the siblings were silently loading their guns.
It's a little scary, even as I stand here touching this. I get the feeling Dad's about to yell, "Don't touch that, and hit me." Then aren't you lucky? No matter how much you touch it, you won't be hit again.
I can't believe it. That Father would meet this kind of end.
I did think that when it came to Kinzo-san, he would probably not die normally in his bed. But even so, it's too horrible.
Hey, I wonder if that really is Father. I'm suspecting that it might be a different person's corpse as a substitute to trick us.
No, without a doubt, that is Father. You saw his toes, right? In general society, there aren't many humans with 6 toes on both feet.
But we can't say that there are none. I've heard that polydactyl isn't a rare disease. He was a man who liked big tricks, right? He might have prepared a body from somewhere that had the same number of toes on each feet. Preposterous. What would possess him to do something like that?
I'd agree if it was a normal person. But this is Father we're talking about. You can't say for sure what Kyrie-san says is nonsense. They say it's difficult to confirm the identity of a burnt corpse. However, there should be various ways to examine him from his teeth and his bone structure. If the police investigated, they'd be bound to know whose body it was in an instant. The problem is that before the police, we need a telephone engineer.
The boat probably won't come in the typhoon. So, will it come tomorrow? I expect that the boat will come again at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Then I believe we will be able to contact the police. Both us and the culprit have been imprisoned on this island then until the typhoon passes. Just from our parents' conversation, you could probably figure out the general gist, but let's explain the situation anyway. First, early that morning, in various places throughout the mansion, a total of 6 corpses,
of grandfather and all the servants had been found, one after another.
Human side, please. Thank you. Ushirimiya Kinzo, discovered as a burnt corpse from the incinerator in the underground boiler room. As there were no signs that he fought to get out of the incinerator, it seems reasonable to think he was burned after he was murdered. Too bad this time. Game over right at the very start. Runaway Genji, corpse discovered in the second floor VIP room. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. In appreciation for his many years of service, Genji shall be permitted to sleep in the VIP room. Shannon, corpse discovered in the parlor on the first floor. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. For Shannon, the parlor whose view of the rose garden was beautiful on sunnier days. Canon, corpse discovered in the chapel. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. The chapel for Canon. Even after death, keep on protecting the place important to the Lord. Tristan, sorry, I don't exactly, is it Martritz? I'm sorry if I pronounced it incorrectly. But I don't remember the gender part of this episode, but I also only played it in 8th grade. The gender part of this episode definitely being like the heavy emphasis on Ava's backstory and a lot of the misogyny she experiences, definitely. It's fine, Element, it's a hard name. I know, I just, I don't mean to, I don't want anybody to be, upset or anything. So, feel free to correct me if I ever read anybody's name wrong. Okay. Goda Toshiro, corpse discovered in the 3rd floor servants' quarters. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. He wanted to gain Kinzo's favor. The room next to the study is appropriate for him. And finally, Kumasawa Chiyo, corpse discovered in the 2nd floor guest room. The murder weapon is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. The seldom used guest room on the 2nd floor was her secret napping spot. In various places. Okay, yeah, I already read that. First, grandfather had been fed to the flames in the boiler room and was completely burnt. The servants were found dead, each locked in one of the various rooms throughout the mansion onto which magic circles had been drawn. The cause of death for the servants was uncertain, but according to Dr. Nanjo's diagnosis, there was a high likelihood that they had been stabbed by something like a spear, or possibly shot by a gun. That was why the adults had started arming themselves with the rifles. And what made the situation even more chaotic was that the telephone lines were out of order. It was unknown whether lightning had caused them to break down or whether the culprit had destroyed them. In any case, contact with the outside was broken off, and we couldn't contact the police. So until tomorrow morning, when the typhoon would pass and the boat would come, we would have to protect ourselves. After all, Rokenjima was now isolated by the typhoon. And just like how we were stuck on the island, so was the culprit. It seemed that the adults had stayed up the whole night, spending the whole time holding the family conference in the mansion's dining hall. And even so, this crime had occurred in the mansion. So, right when the adults had begun getting worked into a frenzy over money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. Aunt Natsuhi said that they were strict on locking the doors and windows at night, and yet some suspicious person had entered the mansion. The adults had decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they had pulled out the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Which brings us to the present. George Aniki and us others begged to see Shannon-chan's body, but the adults refused point blank, saying that we must not until the police arrived. That wasn't just because they had sealed all the rooms to preserve the scene. After all, the culprit who had killed 6 people had wandered about that mansion. To the Ishirimiya family right now, the mansion, which should have been their home, was like a danger zone that an unknown murderer had entered. It makes sense. I mean, the mansion is vast. There are plenty of blind spots and dark places. It's just too vast to guarantee absolute safety with this number of people. In contrast, the guest house is a much smaller building than the mansion. 2 stories tall. Number of rooms, about 10.
Apparently, it had originally been constructed to serve as a boarding house for when the island was to be turned into a resort. So it's easy to grasp the entire structure and easy to guarantee safety. That makes it a good place to hole up in. And there's an extremely high likelihood that this mass murder of 6 people is a game, because the culprit had proclaimed it in that letter. I heard that a Western-style envelope with the family crest, just like the one Maria claimed to have received from Beatrice yesterday, had been found in the boiler room where grandfather's corpse had been discovered. This was what the letter said.
So that there will be no misunderstandings, the game I seek is whether or not you can solve the riddle of the epitaph, not whether or not you can catch me. If you do not solve the riddle of the epitaph, the pitiful sacrifices will further increase in number. It would be more wise to spend your time solving the epitaph than searching for me. If no one can solve the riddle of the epitaph, no one will survive. If a person appears with skill enough to solve the riddle of the epitaph, I will give them all of the gold of the Golden Land, the Ushirimiya family headship, and all of my power. I was the one who succeeded the Ushirimiya family headship from Kinzo-sama, and I look forward to seeing who will receive the headship from me. Beatrice, the Golden.
This riddle of the epitaph was that thing. That strange epitaph written in the same place as the portrait of the witch, displayed in the hall of the mansion. Grandfather was the one who ordered it to be written, and the person who solved it would supposedly be given the family headship or the hidden gold or something like that. Ever since it was first displayed there several years ago, all the relatives, despite making fun of it in the open, had secretly been challenging that riddle in private. However, up until today, no one had solved it. We had once again been told to solve that unintelligible riddle, and this time we had been threatened that if we didn't solve it, we would all be killed. If this wasn't a game, what would you call it? The bold opinion that we should search the premises for the culprit did come up once. However, there was a good chance they were armed, and there wasn't necessarily only one of them. And while they may have been able to kill more than 6 people, they had stopped at 6. In the end, the opinion that we should avoid carelessly antagonizing the culprit and hole up in a safe place while we waited for the police to arrive won out.
Does Beatrice tend to refer to Kinzo with honorifics? Not usually whenever she's just casually speaking about him, but she has always referred to him as Kinzo-sama in these letters, if I remember correctly. After the adults had carefully checked that the doors and the windows in the guest house were locked, they set up camp in the lobby. And as they fingered their guns to distract themselves from the tension, their expressions showed that they were already fatigued from this long day, which had still barely begun. There was nothing that I could do. Now, all I could do was taught to me how to use a gun, to prepare for the off chance that something would happen which led to an excess of guns. That's the way. Just obediently stay there, me and the rest of you. 6 people in the beginning again, and this time it's grandfather and all of the servants put together.
Most likely. That child has carefully studied your moves from the last game, and she places the highest priority upon taking the pieces which she guessed you were most likely to first suspect.
That makes sense. Both last time and the time before that, the servants who know everything about the mansion and who walk around with master keys were always the highest on the list of suspicious people. A good example in the last game is Jessica's locked room. If I had only accepted that a servant was the culprit, that wouldn't even have been a locked room.
Therefore, that child went straight for them. She probably immediately went to block the way of escape that you would ultimately retreat into.
Beato already proclaimed in red that there were no more than 18 people on this island. So basically, she's saying give it up. Now I have to suspect one of the 18.
That child will probably come at you by stealing the pieces for the 18 and descending as a 19th person who shouldn't exist, thereby making you accept that she's a witch. That's because now that her intimidation strategy of trying to force you to submit by showing you magic has failed, she can only make a frontal attack.
Perfect. Bluffing won't work anymore.
Be careful. Deception is a witch's strongest point. No matter what that child says or shows you, it definitely won't threaten the truth that you believe in. Don't forget that.
Sure. I'll be damned if the same moves are gonna work on me over and over. Get out of here, Beatrice. Let's get started!
I'm already seated at the match table. My turn too is already complete.
Imagine that Madam would turn out to be our enemy. How unfortunate, milady.
Our moves will be read thoroughly.
That's no problem. Master's moves are all outdated classics. There's nothing to fear. What moves can you make beyond the classics I taught you? I'm looking forward to seeing, Beatrice. Is that all right, Battler? If a person who denies witches such as yourself accepts a witch as a strategist...
That stupid provocation is useless. This person is my advisor. No, my second. That doesn't change one bit that this is a fist fight between you and me.
I understand. You're so wobbly that you probably needed training wheels on your bicycle. Do as you like. Come, begin! It is your turn.
Let's begin with the reconstruction of the crime scene. Virgilia, if you please.
The first body discovered was Shannon's. She was found in the parlor on the first floor of the mansion. The door and windows were locked, and a locked room was established.
Clarification request for Beato. Reconfirm the definition of a locked room.
The term locked room refers to a room where the inside and outside of the room are completely isolated from all travel between them. Of course, no form of intrusion or escape, nor even any interference is possible. That is comprehensive, including a denial of hidden doors, as well as all margin for interference from the outside. Henceforth, this definition will be referred to as Beatrice's locked room definition.
Confirming specifics. Define margin for interference from the outside.
It refers to all types of direct interference from the outside, such as using a fishing line or a long, thin rod. In other words, you're to conclude that there is not even any gap in the doors or windows by which to use such tricks.
I wonder about that. Even if there wasn't any gap, you should be able to interfere with radio waves, like with a remote control, right?
Very well. I add this to the definition that it is impossible for radio waves and related methods of remote control to interfere.
There's also an extension telephone in the parlor. A device linked with that wouldn't count as a remote control, right?
The phones are already out of order, damn you. Ugh, this is a pain. I'll include that too. All direct and indirect methods of interfering from the outside of the room to the inside of the locked room are impossible.
What about a voice or a knock? Those should be able to interfere from the outside without entering the room, right?
Even though it is a locked room, it probably isn't impossible for someone to knock or call out. Whether the room allows for human communication with the outside or not, it does not go against the definition of a locked room.
In other words, you can't define it so that even methods of communication are interrupted?
That is the case.
Understood. So, Shannon-chan's parlor satisfies Beatrice's locked room definition?
That is correct.
Locked room definition understood. Continue, Virgilia.
Yes. Shannon's body was in possession of one master key. The relatives who discovered her collected this.
Repetition request for Beato. How many master keys this time?
The same as last time. There are 5, one for each servant.
Which means that this still isn't a locked room. There are still 4 master keys left. It just means that after Shannon-chan was murdered, one of the other 4 keys locked it.
That's correct. And it wasn't only a master key that was found.
Yes. Alongside the body, there was a Western envelope with the family crest. Instead of a letter, the key to the second-floor guest room was inside it.
The key to the second-floor guest room. Am I fine to define that as the only key other than the master keys that can open the door to the second-floor guest room?
Indeed, there is no problem. And unlike the master keys, there was only one.
In other words, in order to unlock a specific room in addition to the 5 master keys, there's only one other key.
In other words, this is a message telling them to go to the second-floor guest room next? So, the adults moved to the second-floor guest room?
Yes. The door to the second-floor guest room was also locked, and a magic circle was drawn on it. The relatives unlocked it with the key they had found near Shannon's body. Inside the room, Kumasawa's body was discovered. The room was a locked room. That definition is based upon Beatrice's locked room definition. Kumasawa was in possession of one master key. The relatives collected this. And like Shannon, there was a Western envelope discovered alongside her. Inside was the key to the third-floor servants' quarters. The relatives moved to the third-floor servants' quarters.
And there was a magic circle on the door to the third-floor servants' quarters, and the door was locked?
Yes. Inside the room, Goda's body was discovered. The room was a locked room, based on Beatrice's locked room definition. Goda was in possession of one master key. The relatives collected this. And just as before, a Western envelope with the family seal was discovered. Inside was the key to the second-floor VIP room.
The relatives moved to the second floor VIP room.
What is all of this? What the hell are you planning?
It isn't something worth glaring at me over, is it? It's a locked room, but there are still several master keys that can open it, correct? And I've even been dutiful enough to present you with the keys in particular to each room in addition to the master keys.
I don't like how this is going, but I'm starting to see how things will turn out. So, it continues like this for all 6 people?
Yes, that is correct. Inside the second floor VIP room, Genji's body was discovered. 1 master key was collected. The key to the underground boiler room was discovered. They moved to the underground boiler room. Inside the underground boiler room, Kinzo's body was discovered. The key to the chapel was discovered. They moved to the chapel. Inside the chapel, Kanon's body was discovered. 1 master key was collected. The key to the first floor parlor was discovered. With this, our reconstruction of how all 6 bodies were discovered is complete.
A supplement. Along with the key to the chapel, a letter was enclosed in the western envelope found near Kinzo's body. The contents of the letter were as you saw. It further urged the relatives to solve the epitaph's riddle.
In that case, what's going on? If the last place where Kanon-kun was had the key to the very first room, the parlor where Shannon-chan was, that makes 6 locked rooms, all tied together, right?
That is correct. The 6 locked rooms are all tied together. The keys to unlock each are all shut up inside the next room. In other words, the 6 locked rooms form 1 massive locked room. And all of the master keys, as well as the individual room keys, are shut up inside of it. Furthermore, all of the doors and windows in the 6 rooms are normal. No devices exist which can lock them without a key, such as an auto lock. What do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it?
As I said, milady, that's not dignified.
When Ronove rebuked her, Beato stuck her tongue out at him shamelessly.
Sorry. I just get in such a good mood playing with Battler. So, Battler, what's your move going to be? If you can think of anything in particular, I can show you how I made the goats carry the bodies and sealed all of the rooms with magic if you want.
Do what you want. I'll listen respectfully to this magic theory that you assert. However, I can assert my human theory, which is completely different from your claim, without any interference from your claim whatsoever. So, in other words, there's no need for me to listen to your bullshit. Go wave your magic staff or whatever as much as you like and act out how you locked the door with your 7-colored magic. And before long, I'm sure there'll be people along to stand beside you, advertising their snake oil and all-purpose kitchen knives. Virgilia, reconstruct the crime scene. I'll search for a weakness. Were they all definitely dead? If one of them is just playing dead, this isn't a locked room at all.
Nanjo checked that all of them were dead. However, due to the Devil's Proof, it's impossible to deny the possibility of a wrong diagnosis. In other words, she cannot make the likelihood that Nanjo overlooked the fact that they were alive equal to 0.
Here it is, that Devil's Proof. But there exists a sword which can carve it up.
What are those people doing? Looks like they're having a good time leaving me out of the discussion. I am their opponent, right? They could pay attention to me at least a little.
By nature, communication with the opponent is not necessary in order to compete in chess. You spoke in riddles when you communicated outside your moves, milady. Perhaps it's come to this because he does not want to be led astray.
For some reason, I can't accept it.
You're challenging him to a chess match, are you not, milady?
That's true, but...
Beatrice puffed out her cheeks as though saying, I don't know why, but I don't like it. Because the police have not yet arrived at the scene, the human side's ability to prove things is limited. For a strict confirmation of death, I recommend a repetition request.
Alright, that's where I'll strike. Repetition requested. The 6 victims are all dead!
Milady, you have a repetition request waiting, you know?
Hey, enough lazing around. Do you decline the repetition? This is where our battle starts.
What? Ow! Sorry, that's fine, I'll respond. Kinzo, Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, and Kumasawa. These 6 are all dead.
Why are you so out of it? Alright, so I've drawn one out of you. That classic where they're pretending to be dead is the first to be denied.
I won't go easy on you anymore. Come at me how you like. I'll slice them slantwise, one after another.
And again, repetition requested. No one is hiding in any of these 6 rooms. Show me that you can deny the existence of people you weren't aware of.
I'll respond. There is no one hiding in the 6 rooms.
Alright. Now I'm sure that it's only the 6 of them canned in there. And they aren't pretending to be dead.
What will you do? What will you do? There's already nothing a human could do. Obediently kneel and observe as I control the locks at will with my wonderful magic. All right.
Quit babbling. And another repetition request. The 6 deaths were instant.
Instant death? Oh, what do you mean by that? It means that there is a possibility that a single victim on the verge of death managed to escape into the room. And after locking it from the inside to create a locked room, they passed away.
A classic locked room murder. In the case that the victim is dealt a fatal wound and is doomed to die at some later time, it's possible for the victim to hole up inside a room to escape the murderer, and then die after locking it, in which case a locked room could be constructed unexpectedly.
In order to deny that possibility, you will need to proclaim that the 6 died instantly with the red truth. Very well, very well. I'll slay you with my red treasured sword. The 6 died instantly. By instant death, I mean that as soon as they were attacked, they became incapable of action. Well, death in its full meaning may have taken several seconds or even minutes. But in any event, it was completely impossible for them to take any action of their own will. In that sense, I can state that they died instantly.
Everything up until now has been checking for a classic locked room. My showdown with you over the locked room starts now, alright? If the culprit isn't on the inside, they're on the outside. So, they somehow killed them from outside the rooms.
Have you lost your mind? Isn't it true that a locked room equals murder is impossible from the outside? Therefore, it's impossible for it to be anything other than a magical murder.
No, that's wrong. The right thing to say is a murder really happened equals it is in a locked room. No matter how much you speak in riddles, this definitely isn't a locked room. It's a sham that only looks like a locked room.
However, Battler-sama, only the victims are inside the rooms, and no other people exist inside the rooms. And by Milady's locked room definition, remote murders from outside the room have been clearly denied, have they not?
Wait, the definition of remote murders is vast, right? Sure, there's stuff like pulling a fishing line from outside the room and strangling the victim inside the room, but that's not all there is.
Kronk with the $2. Battler Bros, it is so Beethoven.
With this, it is truly Jover.
For example, a trap would make for an excellent remote murder.
A trap? What is that?
Just as an example, let's say that they were instructed to enter previously decided rooms, and lock the doors from the inside to create a locked room themselves. A trap is set up in those rooms that they don't know about, and they're killed by that. How's that? Now there's no contradiction.
There's no problem. It corresponds to the existing state.
There's no problem on our side either. It does not conflict with Milady's locked room definition.
What's with that stupid reasoning? Nothing suspicious was found in any of the rooms, you know. What form did that trap have? Where was it hidden and how did it operate? Explain that for all 6 people in the parlor, the guest room, the servants' quarters, the VIP room, the boiler room, and the chapel. Well, you can't, can you?
Decline refutation. There's no need for me to explain that. And even so, it doesn't damage my claim.
What did you say? Beatrice, it's a devil's proof. The fact that he cannot explain the form of the trap does not in itself disprove that there was a trap.
Well done. While overbearing, a wonderful move.
This guy is getting completely used to this.
Check. It's possible to establish this locked room murder via Murder Trap X that they couldn't find.
I'll kill that check with the red truth! The 6 were not killed by traps.
The definition of trap?
Oh, one of those. Something that activates when a victim gets caught in it by their own actions. That's not all. Stuff that activates by remote control or a timer. Everything like that is also included.
All devices that can carry out a murder without the direct participation of the person who set it up. I believe that definition may be appropriate.
How's that? I've struck back. As though I could let a human defeat this locked room.
You're also frantic, trying to win, huh?
What? What do you mean?
You're also frantically fighting to make me accept that you exist. Until now, I thought that I was being toyed around with one-sidedly by you. But that was actually wrong. You're also frantically resisting my comeback, fighting to show that you exist. Now, I finally really feel that that's true. This isn't torture inflicted on me about whether I'll submit or not. This is a fight between me and you on even footing! Alright, it's starting to get interesting, isn't it? 6 people died in locked rooms and no one else was inside. And there was no meddling from the outside and also no traps. If it was still how it used to be, I'd probably think this had to be the work of magic. And if you had acted out some strange magic right about now, I'd probably even have surrendered. If it's that favorite strategy of yours. You completely intercept all my moves, and in the moment I've tried everything and fallen to my knees, when my heart's defensive power is at its weakest, you show off some strange magic and take the game all at once.
She's always had a short temper. She still has a bad habit of rushing things when victory's in sight.
Because Milady cannot stand putting things off.
Hey, shut up! Shut up! It's your turn, Battler. The trap piece that you advanced, I've cut down with red. What will you send out next? Show me what you've got!
Right! Now that even traps have been defeated, at a glance, this looks like a perfect locked room murder. And that's why this is where I'll flip over the chessboard.
Here it is. Your special technique. What exactly are you going to flip over and how? Try showing me!
Yeah, I'll show you. It's not about thinking how to kill 6 people inside locked rooms from the outside. Yeah, that's no good. No good! No goddamn good at all! That's right! It's not about how to kill from the outside. It's about how they died inside the room and created a locked room. That's it. This is the answer. If you assume that one of the 6 victims was the culprit, this locked room can be explained extremely easily.
What? No way! I believed I clearly said in red that the 6 of them were dead.
6 people did die. 5 were victims who were killed. If you assume that the other person committed suicide, you can destroy this locked room. Certainly. If the culprit locked themselves in the final locked room and threw away their own life, this locked room chain would be established.
The culprit's suicide. Normally it's an unthinkable move. But the argument that it doesn't exist because it is unthinkable doesn't exist. And he has no responsibility to demonstrate a motive. A truly powerful move which can only be used in a chess match against a witch.
Well, you cannot say for certain that there's no motive. For example, Kinzo has been pronounced as having only a short time left to live. The motive of using his own death as a message, not being afraid to lose his short remaining life, may not be impossible to attach. Milady, it is our turn.
To imagine that you would even trample on the dignity of the dead to create a culprit. What a heartless, cold-blooded man.
Setting up the dead as a culprit. This move is worse than inhuman, and it's one that you would use to attack Kanon-kun in the last game. I'm taking a shot back at you with this move. As a tribute to Kanon-kun for that time, even though the games are different. Just now, I freed that Kanon-kun from his regrets!
You have no duty to hold back here. You should check whether suicide was the cause of death for any of them. I recommend requesting a repetition.
Right. But suicide is a naive word that won't corner her. Beato, this is the end! Repetition requested! The 6 deaths were all homicides! That is painful. What's wrong? 6 people were killed, right? I'm just checking the simplest premise we had at the very beginning, aren't I? Can't you repeat it?
I decline to repeat. There's no reason in particular.
Refusing to repeat this is the same as resigning, you know? Checkmate! One of the 6 was the culprit, and they carried out a suicide after constructing the locked room. We're done.
Wait! No, I'll say it. I'll say it! I'll use the red like you want. None of the 6 committed suicide. How's that? Are you satisfied? I've struck back! I've struck back!
What the hell? So, you can't say it. But, isn't that weird? Why are you so panicked?
It's your imagination. I'm also frantic this time, you see. I don't have much leeway. Don't pay it any mind. The repetition you requested has been modified. Do not be fooled.
It seems it was useless, milady.
That's right! She didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicides. She changed it to none of the 6 committed suicide. Which means that 1 or more of the people was not killed by someone else and didn't commit suicide. I've got it! I've got it! This is the truth! After Culprit X, who lurks among the 6, murdered the other 5, they constructed a locked room. They planned to escape from or hide in that room by some method. However, there was an accident. The culprit died from an accident that even they hadn't expected, and constructed a locked room they hadn't even desired. Now it's over, Beatrice! Checkmate!
Damn it! Did you think I would be cornered by something like that? I would never scream my resignation over something like that! I'll slice up that foolish checkmate with my red treasured sword over and over again! Among the 6, there were What are you doing?
My apologies. Our side requests some time to strategize. Please allow us a brief postponement.
It is a just request. I believe there should be no problem.
Sure, I'll allow that. I've been given those a lot lately. This time it's your turn to use it.
Thank you very much. Come on, milady, this way. And let us quietly count to 100 inside our heads.
As Beato grew thoroughly panicked and agitated, Ronovehe quickly covered her mouth with his hand and suspended the game. He then pulled Beato away in the name of a strategy conference.
Damn. Curse that demon butler. When Beato got all hot, that was an ideal chance to corner her. Beato normally behaves elegantly, but she actually has a really short temper and gets mad easily. Her normal intelligence falls silent when she starts getting agitated.
Ronovehe is composed. He probably gave that child some time to cool her head. That child was stubbornly trying to remove your check, and was going to easily let several large pieces go.
I don't know that I would say Battler and Virgilia are Phoenix and Maya. I would say they're probably closer to like Phoenix and Mia, really.
After all, the first Twilight is only a skirmish. That child mistook her timing.
So, what does it mean? Did I create a checkmate or didn't I?
That child was going to proclaim it in red. It probably wouldn't have become checkmate yet. But I imagine that child will proclaim her resignation once she's cooled her head.
Surely not. Even though she hates losing?
Yes. In a losing battle, it's essential to withdraw your troops as soon as possible to try to minimize your losses. The difficult part is measuring whether it is a losing battle or not. It seems the child's butler calmly made that decision.
Oh well. In other words, she only got away with a second to spare. Looks like I won't be getting checkmate and delivering the final blow so easily.
However, you should measure this as your victory. They just seem to have barely prevented a large loss, but without a doubt you dealt considerable damage. I'm sure you were able to understand well the depths of that wound by watching the way she panicked.
Seriously. Feels like she'd start crying if I bullied her any more than this. As we talked, Ronovehe returned with Beato, who wore a meek expression. She didn't have the same bold smile as usual, but it looked like the blood wasn't rushing to her head anymore. Hey, it's your turn. Did you decide on your next move?
I resign. For now, I will let you have your victory.
Beato told me that frankly. It seemed as though she had taken a far-sighted view, as though saying, if you want to laugh, then laugh. It was a bit of a buzzkill, and I lost my desire to attack her any further. Well, now that you've resigned, in the end, all that means is that we're even, since my theory and yours can't deny each other. I'll treat it more like a tie than a loss.
I don't need your disgusting compassion. I say that this time it is my loss. When you find a dog drenched with rain, are you inclined to whack it with a stick or something?
Nope.
unlike you. Even though she ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, she was so pathetic when it was her turn. I thought of her as a pretty unfair person, but I decided to act with dignity as a winner and accepted it. Beato had resigned. That was the only result of the first twilight. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the 6 was the culprit, and that person died in an accident. No, she probably could have countered it, but because of some strategic decision, she had given up. It felt less like I had won, and more like she had escaped me one step from victory. In Chess Against Witches, it's possible to battle onward solely using pieces called X, which don't need any explanation. Thanks to the Devil's Proof, I can create as many strange fictions as I want, and use them to fight in this argument. But that's only within the context of chess with a witch. In our human world, such an abstract story can't explain anything. Normal Gabriel, inking done, on to coloring. Good luck! Appreciate your hard work. The first twilight today was a chain of 6 locked rooms. It certainly may be possible for a human. Beato hadn't been able to completely deny everything. However, I don't have a clue who committed the crime, why and how they actually did it. I shouldn't have said this having won, but I get the feeling that I would have felt less muddled if I had just been told right out by Beatrice that it was completely impossible for a human. Although I hide behind these abstract pieces called X, I couldn't deny that some kind of unthinkable, creepy intention had definitely pervaded this mansion. The true enemy of holding a fort probably isn't the fear of unseen enemies. It's whether you can keep it going over a long period of time. Maria had gotten bored and had started making a ruckus because she wanted to watch TV. Since there was no TV in the lobby, she decided to return to the cousin's room upstairs. The adults probably didn't want to leave Maria all on her own, among other reasons. They told the children to go to the cousin's room upstairs. George, his heart wounded by the loss of his fiancée, had no willpower to resist that and led... Okay, that's just normal narrator. George, his heart wounded by the loss of his fiancée, had no willpower to resist that and led the cousins upstairs. At first, Nanjo had been reading a book in the lobby, but when he noticed that the relatives looked like they wanted to talk about something shady, he said, "It seems I'm in the way," and returned to his room upstairs.
I'm starving. And if I keep just sitting around, my drowsiness will be even worse.
It's only natural, because we didn't sleep last night.
We'll probably end up barricaded here for a full 24 hours. It may be wiser to take naps in turn instead of overstressing ourselves.
I agree. My husband and I will be here, so anyone who finds this difficult should rest without overdoing it. They may be expecting that, you know. They may not be able to defeat this many people, but if that number was reduced by a certain amount, they may plan to use that to their advantage.
You'll unrelated, but I've started Tsukihime, and it's pretty neat so far. I found a browser version. Yep, I'm aware of the browser version. Recommendation for the browser version, though, it is, like, by default, it's displayed in widescreen, but there is a setting to turn it back to the original square resolution. I would recommend that, because if you don't, then, like, some of the CGs will get cut off. So. And good, you've read the trigger warnings.
There are 7 of us here. 2 of us could rest for 3 hours at a time. It's a long time until tomorrow morning. We still have some energy now, but tonight's going to be tough.
Sure it'll be. Anyone sleepy? Don't overdo it. Rest.
Hideyoshi looked around at everyone to see who wanted to sleep first, but no one volunteered.
Everyone was just as tired, but no one was bold enough to be able to sleep now. Their fear of the unknown culprit was just as strong as their sleepiness.
Nobody? Well, don't overdo it, everyone.
If we get tired, we can think about it then. I certainly am tired, but I'm not in the mood right now.
Ava spoke sharply, and then read once more over the second letter from Beatrice, which had been found in the boiler room. Beatrice had sent them 2 letters, and had repeatedly told them to solve the riddle of the epitaph, and she had even provoked them by saying she would give up the inheritance, both assets and headship, if it could be solved. Didn't the release date for the remakes in English just get announced? Yes, it did. Although the remake is different. It is, obviously it is sort of the same story structurally in a lot of ways, but there is a lot of additional content and differences in the remake that is not in the original. It's very much kind of a middle ground between the original and like a Final Fantasy VII remake kind of situation. Calico, is reading Tsukihime worth it? I've noticed that In Fate inspired a lot of VNs, even Ryukishi, I think, but I'm not sure how good it is under the trigger warnings. I would say that Tsukihime is definitely worth reading if you are, like, interested in the history of visual novels and, like, how certain works have been very influential. But yeah, there are a lot of really triggering subject matters in there, and some of them I wouldn't argue are handled very well. It's just kind of a product of its time. That's the way it is. If you can handle it, I think there are a lot of things that you will find interesting in there, and there are probably a lot of things that you will recognize from other visual novels that you love. A lot of inspiration is sourced from it, obviously. But yeah, like, just tread with caution, I guess. And don't be afraid to dip out. Ava took out a notebook and opened it to a page with the epitaph copied onto it.
Is that the epitaph? Yes, although it's annoying to do as the culprit says. After all, we do have time to waste. I think it's the perfect way to stave off boredom.
Not a bad way to kill time. Why don't we challenge it together as siblings?
Can I borrow that? I'll rewrite it just a little larger. Natsuhi-san, do you have a slightly larger piece of paper? There should be paper in the servant room. I'll bring some.
Natsuhi immediately brought a B4 blank sheet of paper from the servant room. Kyrie borrowed Ava's notebook, wrote out the epitaph on the paper, and laid it out on the table. Straight away, everyone peered down at it. A fence of people naturally formed.
I've heard about it, but really, this is a tough riddle. I don't have a clue what it's talking about.
At one point, I also did my best to challenge it, but I was just as clueless.
If we did know, we wouldn't have come all this way out here to make with a plan to make money. After all, it's 10 tons of gold.
This is the first time I've read it seriously, but roughly speaking, couldn't it be split into 3 parts?
I've been thinking this since last night, but you really do seem to be a good thinker, Kyrie-san. It's possible that you could easily solve this riddle that we couldn't. Yeah, Kyrie is sharp. She might be able to tackle it in an interesting way if we don't give her any strange preconceptions.
Yes. Kyrie-san, will you let us hear your honest thoughts having read the epitaph? I think it probably won't be very useful to all of you. You all give me too much credit.
No way. Anything that comes to mind would be helpful. Let us hear what you have to say. Because your hints always help me when I'm worried.
Oh, so they were helpful. It's nice to finally hear about this now.
Come on, don't I always thank you?
You two do get along well. I'm jealous. And the rest of us would also love to accept your hints. It's alright, we're just killing time anyway, so why not relax?
Kyrie was bewildered by all this praise she was suddenly receiving, but they had plenty of time. She realized this was just a way to waste time, and she decided to accept that role. I'm sure I'll say something off the mark, but, well, I'll put forward my ideas.
What did you mean in the beginning about how, roughly speaking, it could be divided into 3 parts?
Well, I just mean what I said. I think that overall the epitaph can be divided into 3 parts. First, there are 5 lines up to and including, "There the key to the gold sleeps." Up until this point is the first part, which points to the location of the key. And then there's the part formed by the 11 lines up until the 10th twilight, which refers to the location of the Golden Land itself. And the remaining 6 lines make up the part about the Golden Land has been reached. I see. The key, the Golden Land, and the Golden Land's treasure. It can be divided into these 3 parts.
Even we've been able to grasp that much. The 3 sections that refer to the key, the door, and the treasure.
Nissan, don't butt in any more than you have to. Let Curiouson speak her ideas freely.
Kyrie, please continue. We recognize the same thing regarding what you said. So then?
I wonder what that thing in the beginning, the beloved home of old, means. Thinking about it normally, would it refer to grandfather's home? Since he explicitly mentioned that it's beloved, I can imagine that it's a home he thought about very deeply. Didn't father come from Odawara? Odawara is definitely where he was born, but I don't think this home father loved was Odawara. I believe all of us siblings are thinking of the same place. Yes, this probably isn't Odawara. From what I've heard, he had a very fun time as a youth.
Dad's greatest misfortune in his life was probably being made the Yoshirimiya family head. Probably. Father really hadn't wanted to become the Yoshirimiya family head.
So, where is it? And is there a river where sweet fish swim? Maybe there was at the time. I'm sure there's been a lot of development there by now, so the sweet fish might have disappeared. It would be extremely difficult to investigate where there were sweet fish during the time grandfather was a boy.
There's not just one river either. I believe we all investigated thoroughly in a geographical sense. You even went to the actual place to investigate directly, didn't you, Ava?
That was only as a vacation. But the townscape had changed completely from Father's time. After all, there was a war in between. It was impossible to even figure out where Father actually lived. Probably, even if Father dragged himself to the actual location, by now he wouldn't even be able to determine where it was that he had lived.
They've had a remarkable revival over there, after all.
Doesn't any place name come clearly to mind after hearing Sweetfish River?
So, obviously the siblings are being very vague here, and I'm not going to tell you guys exactly where this location they're talking about is, but if you look into, like the history surrounding this period, look back at some of the things that were said about Kinzo back in episode 1, stuff like that, if you brush up on your history and actually take a look at these places around this region, then you can figure out the place that they're talking about. It might be a little difficult, but you can figure it out. Corporal Stuck, wait, can we solve the epitaph before they reveal the answer, or would it require us to know the Japanese characters? I have seen people who do not know Japanese solve the epitaph before it's revealed, yes.
Not really. I mean, they're sweet fish, right? People say they live in rivers with clean water, so there are countless rivers we could guess at. Any stream that Dad innocently went sweetfish fishing in and was probably buried by the development later. It would be different if we had a map from before the war, or a person who knew a lot about how the area was before the war, but...
It probably isn't something like that.
What do you mean?
Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved home of old. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. After these 2 lines, there's a single blank line. Something is being presented with just these 2 lines. I would suppose the next 3 lines continued based upon that something. I wonder what...
Oh, okay. I wonder what's being presented then.
I don't know. In any case, after these 2 lines, it's not something vague like you don't know which river it is. You're able to narrow it down and say specifically what river. It may be that this isn't a river with water flowing down it. The Sweetfish River might be some kind of metaphor. What kind of image does the word sweetfish have?
Sweetfish are like salmon. They're freshwater fish, but they go out into the ocean right after they're born. And when they get big, they return to the river to live there. And they spawn there and end their lives there. Well, at least they leave their home at one point, but the part about them getting too big and returning there to lay eggs, that might have a family prosperity type image. They're freshwater fish, but they can live in the ocean. I didn't know that. I thought they were river fish, so they couldn't go out to the sea.
And they're also called kogyo, aroma fish, because they have a pleasant smell. I've never eaten one, but I've heard that they are very delicious when grilled with salt.
Whoa, Natsuhi-san. You've never eaten salt-grilled sweetfish? They're delicious.
I'll treat you sometime.
It's a food for commoners. It isn't appropriate for your mouth.
This is just my wild idea, but the image I get from a sweetfish river has made me suspect a family tree before. The sweetfish go out into the ocean for a time, but they return to the river where they were born to spawn, right? It makes me think about myself. You're right. I can confess now that I have sometimes suspected it refers to you and Maria-chan.
I see. As you travel down it, you'll see a village. The only village,
Sato.
you'll find by going down the family tree is the one in Maria's name.
Right? But as you know, Father has a dislike of Maria, and he's almost never spoken with her. Besides which, Father once told me to give Maria a completely different name. I just made it Maria on my own. Father was very mad about that. If you think about the history there, I just really couldn't imagine that he'd reference Maria's name in his precious epitaph about who would inherit his wealth and the family headship. Have you ever let Maria-chan read the epitaph? Yes, of course I have. But she didn't seem to have a clue. She didn't have a clue, and she kept going on about that same occult stuff, about how it was a resurrection ceremony for the witch.
A connection between Father and Maria. Certainly, they do share that occult hobby, but they never interacted. I can't imagine it refers to Maria either.
What interests me is the fact that he explicitly added the word beloved at the beginning. Like you all just said just now, if Father was reluctant about becoming the Ushiramiya family head, would he describe it that way? I don't think it's Odawara, which points back to the Ushiramiya Ming family. I believe that this word beloved here at the beginning definitely refers to a place full of very important memories to Father.
Well, that's fine. It'd be hard to pinpoint since we don't have a clue about a map from that time. But anyway, there were probably several rivers with sweetfish running in them near Dad's home during his youth.
Then that's if it's a river with water flowing down it, right? And then, go on, Kiryu-san. I don't really understand the three lines starting with as you travel down it, you'll see a village. These are probably coupled with the two lines about a sweetfish river. It's probably something that we would automatically understand if we knew what the Sweetfish River really was. As long as we don't understand that, it's probably useless to try and solve those three lines any further.
So, we're screwed unless we know what the Sweetfish River really is. And there's no guarantee it even means a literal river. Seriously, the heck does it mean by sweetfish? Were they a favorite dish at Dad's? Or is there some kind of special meaning? Is it pointless to read too deeply into it?
If you don't have both a micro and a macro perspective, your field of vision grows narrow. Think not too deeply about a river with fish swimming in it, or some kind of flow. Something you can go down or up. Keep up those abstract images in mind, and we may be able to come up with more out of the box ideas. And via the three lines that follow, the answer for the Sweetfish River ends up at the key to the Golden Land. If you think about it that way, I wonder if it was a mistake to split it into 3 parts. There's actually 4 parts. Go down the Sweetfish River, find the key to the Golden Land, journey to the Golden Land, and the treasure of the Golden Land.
Truly interesting. While we have this opportunity, would you mind continuing and telling us your opinion about the most central portion of the epitaph, up until the 10th twilight where we arrive at the Golden Land?
That's the most symbolic, and also the most disturbing part.
Since it keeps mentioning the word sacrifice, I can't help but think it has something to do with Father's occult rituals. How do you see it, Kiryu-san?
Kiryu recrossed her arms several times, peering into the paper with the epitaph copied onto it as though she was looking through it.
This is very difficult. By starting with you who laid the hand upon the key, it probably means that you won't be able to continue without understanding the key.
I'll have to give up, but I'll take a shot at it anyway.
Just like how Sweetfish River isn't necessarily a river with water flowing down it, it's also doubtful whether this key is actually something shaped like a key.
Right. There's also the possibility that it's a code or a keyword. After all, this key isn't something to be stuck into a keyhole. It's something that selects the 6 people to be sacrifices for the first twilight. In that sense, we can state that this key isn't something to open the door to the Golden Land. But what a disturbing key. A key that can select 6 people to be sacrifices.
How would a key select anything? Does it spin around like a roulette?
This key points toward a certain specific group of 6 people. No, we should say it points to a certain specific group of 6 things. If this doesn't mean a literal command to offer sacrifices, for example, it could be an anagram.
An anagram? Do you mean a word game?
Yes. Ever since Rosa started talking about the family tree and how village was a part of Maria-chan's name, this has constantly been going through my mind. It seems as though Rudolph's-son, for example, is run with the words beloved home of old, and is assuming that it has something to do with geography or coordinates, but that might not be true. This could be some kind of puzzle, or maybe playing with letters. I'm sorry. What do you mean by playing with letters?
Oh yeah, it's like sucker merry barrelers. What do you get when you take out those E's and R's? Like that. Well, you were raised well, Natsuhi-san. You probably haven't heard that one.
Take out the E's and R's? Huh?
Don't. It's an undignified game, inappropriate for you.
Only Natsuhi didn't get it and had a blank look on her face. It seems that she had only guessed the answer had to be something undignified. After hearing Rudolph and Ava's snickers.
Natsuhi-san, it's something like this. There was something like it in Maria's book of puzzles, okay? There's this thing called the Tanuki notebook. There's a notebook written in some kind of code with a lot of tas mixed in, and if you remove Nuki, all of the tas, then the true sentence pops up. It's a game like that. Oh, I see.
Natsuhi finally realized the answer to the undignified riddle Rudolph had posed, and her face grew red as she hung her head in embarrassment.
So, maybe that remove part is actually represented by kill. Yes, I was just thinking that too. It's possible that the key to the Golden Land is a word with 6 characters.
In other words, the ta from the Tanuki notebook is actually 6 characters here? This is getting complicated. Playing with letters, is it? In Japan, it really feels like a child's game, but it seems that it's a stylish form of humor among intellectuals and in the English-speaking world. It's easy to imagine that Father showed an interest in it.
But right here, I quickly lose my ability to understand it. Up until this point, while it was filled with mystery, it was extremely sequential. Sweetfish River, go down it, then find the key is all extremely sequential. And we can guess that we gain a 6-character key as a result. But in that case, we don't know what we kill the 6 characters from.
That's a point. What do we subtract the 6 characters from? It doesn't really tell us.
On the second twilight, it says those who remain, which means that at the very least there's something has a finite number of characters. You could read it like it's telling you to remove with the remaining characters after the 6 characters have been removed. And yet we don't know what this something is, even though it should have been shown to us at the beginning. Were we wrong to even assume that this is playing with letters?
Everyone crossed their arms and fell into silence. It felt as if they were about to reach a novel understanding that they hadn't been able to before, but they stumbled just one step before it. At that time, Hideyoshi's stomach rumbled heartily. The silence up until then was broken by laughter.
Sorry. By spinning the gears in my head for a change, my stomach's gone completely empty. Looks like skipping breakfast really took its toll on me. Natsuhi, is there nothing here?
There should at least be enough set aside for breakfast. I'll prepare it.
I'm also starving. I'll bet those brats above us are starving too. But I doubt there's enough for 18 people here and for 3 meals. You're right there. It'll be a marathon tomorrow. Might be better if we took a trip back to the mansion and fished around for some canned food or something in the kitchen.
There's nothing more than crackers and snacks, but if that's all right, I can prepare them. But with this many people, there might not be any left for lunch.
That will be fine for now. Sorry, but would you prepare it for us?
It looked like the men had been taken over with an appetite that stopped all thought. The atmosphere grew more peaceful, and the epitaph investigation meeting broke up for the time being. But Ava kept staring at the paper the epitaph was written on like she was going to burn a hole through it.
A word game was nothing more than my theory. There's a chance that it's mistaken. Ava-san, don't take it too seriously, okay? Thank you. This is something I've decided to do myself. Would you mind leaving me alone?
Ava spoke coldly. Kyrie didn't bother her anymore, and went to help Natsuhi prepare breakfast.
Ne-san, shouldn't we also help prepare breakfast?
Then you go help. I'm busy solving this.
Sorry. Then I'll go help.
Come on. Why are you like this?
Hmm?
The Ushirimiya family inheritance will be given to the person who solves this epitaph. You seem to have given up from the beginning, as though it has nothing to do with you. But if you could solve it, even you could have the opportunity to inherit the family headship. This is a chance to steal everything from Nissan. Why aren't you seriously trying to solve it for that once-in-a-lifetime chance? Rosa hung her head, troubled over how she should answer. She regretted for the first time in a while carelessly speaking to her sister when she was in a bad mood. If you've noticed anything, say so. Even though Kiryu-san and I were seriously reasoning, you just kept nodding your head, didn't you? Come on. Isn't there anything you've noticed? Come on!
Isn't this strange?
Strange? What is?
This word, Golden Land. The word Golden Land comes up several times.
So what? Do you get some keywords by splitting up the characters in Golden Land?
That's not it. Look, isn't just the 10th Twilight strange?
Ah.
Even though they're all written the Golden Land, Ogonkyo, for some reason, this one has the place has the home of the gold, Ogon no Sato. He explicitly mixed in the character no, changing the phrasing. It vaguely bugged me that it's only said differently here. It's not like it means anything. This is father we're talking about. It could just be a coincidental change in how he said the word.
Boring.
Kitty with the 5 pounds, why are you like this? Really is the Umineko question of all time. And directed at Rosa of all people, too. It's really fitting. Although, I mean, I guess we've been learning quite a bit about why Rosa is like this recently.
Oh, what's boring?
Boring, boring.
Well, now, I don't have the foggiest idea what this child is grumbling about.
She's probably dissatisfied that you gave Battler-sama various hints, madam.
Nope. I'm not dissatisfied about that. I'm actually more satisfied now that the worthless battler has finally reached the level where he can go along with me. Was I a little too friendly with Battler-kun? Maybe it would be better if the old people went away and left everything to the young kids. When Virgilia and Ronove giggled and cackled, Beatrice's irritation meter finally reached its limit. The both of you joining forces and laughing at me! Ronove, hide yourself for a while! Go away! Go away!
Certainly. Then I will rest for a while.
Ronove bowed his head, still laughing, and hid himself. After that, all that remained was the figure of Beatrice, who was grumpy and irritated, and Virgilia, who was coolly enjoying her tea. When you said there are no more than 18 people on this island, you actually cornered yourself. I thought so. I thought it might have been a little too early, but I guess it really was. If you had led him further astray beforehand, things might have been different. But it really was a futile trump card. You stirred him up instead. In addition to his victory condition of denying the witch, Battler had held on to a different victory condition, since he had wanted to explain things without suspecting any of the 18. Hadn't he been at his weakest when he was being tossed about by these two opposing goals? However, Beatrice had used the red carelessly, and had proclaimed that there were no more than 18 people. Because of that, Battler had been forced to suspect one of the 18. And he had finally begun to build up the readiness that he needed to accept that. Battler was stubborn, but because of that, when he was struck where he was fragile, fissures would crack all over him, like breaking china. That itself should have been his greatest weak point.
Maybe I got a little bit too careless after my overwhelming victory last time.
Yes, you were too careless. The last game was a difficult one for Battler-kun. But it seems this game will prove a difficult one for you. A broken vase will definitely never return to its original form, so it would be more constructive to think of the next move rather than regretfully picking up the pieces. But now that Battler has all the right ideas in his head, how should I plot against him? Your troubled face is an even better treat than Ronove's cookies. You and Battler and even Ronove keep treating me like a snack, even though I'm not sweet at all.
With a shameful childlike face that she would never have shown in front of Battler, Beatrice rolled her head around on top of the table.
Master, at least a hint.
Oh? What kind of hint?
If you know a skillful move that will make Battler speechless and make him want to accept me, I won't ask you to say it outright, so, even if it's...
Oh, whoops. What did she say? Even if it's just a hint.
I can't. I'm acting as Battler-kun's ally right now, so I cannot teach you something that would give you an advantage. You don't have to be so strict. Your disciple's in trouble. I believe you harshly boasted that you had surpassed your master, correct? Please, act like the old person you are and just give me a bit of your cunning wisdom. Please? It's mean if you only help Battler. My. You're still a spoiled child. But it's true that I may have given Battler-kun a few too many hints. It did serve as a scolding to you, but perhaps it was a little too much support for a fair game. You see? Please, Master, at least just a hint to help me out. Just a hint. Think about what it means by yourself, all right? Yeah. I'll think about it myself, so please give me one that'll leave Battler down in the dumps, Master.
It was truly shameful how she behaved when Battler wasn't around, even though she acted utterly like a great witch in front of him. Virgilia sighed, lamenting under her breath that Beato never seemed to grow up.
Then just a hint. Do you know of Aesop's fable, The North Wind and the Sun? Of course. It's a story about the North Wind and how the North Wind and Sun challenged each other to steal the cloak of a traveler, right? That's right. The moral is that the violent or impatient methods aren't always necessarily the best decisions. You don't have to tell me that. I've already reflected on the fact that I rushed too fast towards victory. Think well about what this means. And furthermore, although it seems that Battler-kun had a slight misunderstanding as well, you too seem to be under a misapprehension. Do you understand the victory conditions of this game? What else is there other than making Battler submit to me? See? At that point, you're already mistaken. How am I mistaken? Your victory isn't making Battler-kun submit. It's to get Battler-kun to accept your existence, is it not? What is this? You want me to butter up Battler and ask him to accept me as a witch, please? How foolish. I will not sink so low.
Grr. Beato growled like a dog in a bad mood. Virgilia shrugged her shoulders, snickering at her disciple who was as short-tempered as always.
That is my hint. Now you should think deeply. In any event, your moves up until now will not work on Battler-kun. A significant tactical conversion will probably be required. I know that even without you telling me. I don't have a clue what you mean by North Wind and the Sun. But anyway, I understand that I will have to change my direction. I'll showcase a clever scheme that will surpass even you, Master.
Surprise even you, Master.
I look forward to it. I wonder how Battler-kun will tackle that. I'll be wishing you good luck as well. After Battler, right?
People speculating about Maria right now. How are you going to reconcile the fact that Beatrice showed up on the board in Game 2 and everybody recognized her as a young woman? Checkmate, atheists.
Are you going to give up and resign already? If you're that tired, why not just go into a futon and sleep forever? As my consciousness grew vague, and I pretended to fight my drowsiness, sinking deeper and deeper into the sofa, I scolded myself. Don't you remember how much you dreamed about stealing the position of family head from Kraus? even though I gave you that chance with my magic. You're already throwing it away? You say that, but this riddle really is difficult. Even a wire puzzle would be better. At least in that case, you're assured that it definitely is solvable. But with this epitaph riddle, I don't know if I'm even assured that. I might just be fighting a useless battle. Still hazy, I looked at the notebook which I had been holding this whole time. It was open to the page with the epitaph, which I had stared at, almost burned a hole through, on so many hundreds of nights I lost count. That is truly a door. On the other side is the Golden Land, that place which ever since I was a child I've wished to reach. I've spared no effort to reach, and I've never been able to reach. Here I am with both hands upon the door, and even though the door is open, I still cannot reach the other side. That's right. You already have your hands upon the door. Come, open it with all of your strength, and read the characters written out on the door. Open it with all of my strength. Read the characters written on the door. Strain your eyes. See through what lies further beyond the epitaph written in the notebook. The beloved home of old definitely won't betray our expectations. The only past that Father held dear was his years as a boy. That's right. Then what about the Sweetfish River? There are several rivers where they swim, and it's dubious whether there was one very near the place that Father lived. If we started wondering which rivers the home to Sweetfish is closest in a cartographical sense, things will quickly get vague and we won't be able to pin it down. Didn't you say it yourself? You said that it didn't have to be a river with water flowing down it. If the word Sweetfish is too complicated, why not forget it forever? Think of a river. A river. Linking it with family tree wasn't a bad idea. Try thinking about how to link a river with something else along those lines. Not a river. Even though the Sweetfish can't swim in it if it isn't a river. Oh, but maybe Sweetfish can swim in it means it joins up with the ocean. My husband did say that, despite being a river fish, they go out into the ocean. With the ocean. No. But... Huh? Did you notice? But that's just a faint memory. There should be a book archive somewhere around here. If you investigate, you can make sure. If that's the Sweetfish River, and if the key might be a 6-character word, is the key really resting in that river? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I have to search in an atlas. But even if I know that, I don't know from what I should take the 6 characters. You really don't know? Think deeply. We're too smart for our own good, so our thoughts are inflexible. Don't think of it as something as grandiose as the riddle of the epitaph, but like it's a child's puzzle. Men are always children, so no matter how old they get, even if Father has advanced into old age, that doesn't change the fact that he's essentially a child inside his heart. Throw away your awe of Father. Think of it like it's worthless, an infantile puzzle game, like the ones Maria suddenly brings up on the boat. Puzzles. Worthless. Infantile. Huh? I'm sure that was... What was it? I'm sure if my memory isn't wrong, that was probably, No, I don't have to rely on my vague memory. I should be able to figure out immediately, too, by searching in an archive. You've probably already realized the answer. All that's left is to research whether that's correct or not. Come, Ava. Let's go to the archive and make sure no one notices. There, we should find a mountain of thick books that didn't fit into Father's study. I'm sure that we'll find a book that answers our question. Quickly! This is our first and last chance in our life to have our dreams made true.
When Natsuhi tried to lay a blanket over her, Ava suddenly jumped up.
I'm sorry. I seem to have woken you.
Ava, if you're sleepy, don't overdo it. You rest first.
Thank you. I'm just going to the lavatory for a bit to wash my face.
You should take it easy and rest. Your health will take another bad turn, you know.
I said I'm fine! Really! I'll be right back.
Leaving only those words behind, I left the lobby at a brisk pace. The lobby was partitioned off by a door, so as soon as I went into the corridor, they could no longer see me. The archive was next to the servant room. Father always owned a vast book collection. But after he started to become engrossed with his occult hobby, his library of those kinds of books grew even larger, so that the normal books suitable for a normal study had been forced out as his study overflowed. This archive was where those normal books were stored. They were all stiff books for intellectuals, like complete volume sets of encyclopedias. But that was very convenient for me now that I was investigating something. I entered softly, and just in case, I checked the room with my gun readied, making sure that there were no suspicious people there. Then I locked it from the inside. I actually wasn't thinking that the murderer might be hiding somewhere. What scared me was my fear that one of the siblings might hear what I was investigating. My heart had started jumping. I had been half asleep until a short time ago, so I hadn't been able to realize how significant this thing I had realized was. But as I started to become aware, my heart started feeling like it was about to explode. I wonder if any of the other siblings have realized this. I don't think Kraus and Rudolph will realize, but I don't know about Kyrie. She has extraordinarily good intuition, and I don't know about Rosa either. Rosa's as dim as the others. She always has been, and ridiculously so.
Really? I think she was wise enough to make you think she was dim, so that she didn't earn herself unnecessary malice.
Here it is. I wonder if we'll find it in this one. I pulled the book out and flipped through the pages. Oh, this is a Sweetfish River. I see. This is what the Sweetfish River means. Don't dawdle around. Research further. Yes, I know. As you travel down it, you will see a village. Sato is an older word for town or village, right? But it's a densely populated area. There's any number of those. Why have you stopped thinking? If you don't like it, why not quit forever? Why don't just hand over the Ishirimiya headship to Kyrie forever? I don't want to. I will become the head. This is my first and last chance to do that. What is village? What does it mean? Is there a village that you go down this river? If you go down this river? In that village, look for the shore the two speak of. It's a shore, Kishi. Understand? I understand. Shore. All those pieces I hadn't been able to understand at all were, right before my eyes, starting to snap into place, all by themselves. I couldn't even remember to close my open mouth. My throat grew completely dry. Is it really all right for this to be the answer? Really? Really? But this isn't 6 characters at all. I'm absolutely sure that this is the answer, but this doesn't reach 6 characters at all. Did you stop thinking again? In that case, think of a way you could read it with 6 characters. If you can't think of one, then research it. There has to be an answer. You must not doubt that. If you can't believe that, why don't you just cry yourself to sleep and then just give up and die forever? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 6 characters. I found it. This is the Golden Lands. Key! Yes, that is the key to the Golden Land. The key to our childhood dreams. The only keyhole to stick that key in is that place. That is definitely what offers the sacrifices. You get it now, right?
We've gotten farther in this time than I expected, so maybe, even though I was planning to end on this chapter, but maybe I'll do a little bit more. We'll see if we can get... Hold on, let me look at something real quick. How long does this chapter last?
It's decent, I suppose. I could probably get through it. Well, I guess I can give it a shot. Well then, let me go ahead and take a small bathroom break real quick, and then we'll get to it. We'll see if we actually get through the rest or not. I might stop mid-chapter. I don't know. We'll see. All right. It's time. Ava. Get your gold, girl. Also, yeah, don't worry, ERA. The excitement is very fun. Glad to see people really hyped up about this.
This way? That means go this way, right? They're inviting me to go this way after all. My heart leapt, because there, gaping wide, was the opened mouth of eerie darkness. What is this? What is this? When I strained my eyes, peering into the darkness, I saw something that looked like a light switch. In addition, there was a switch with open and close written on it. I resolutely pushed the switch for the lights, and rough lights, almost like you'd find in a coal mine or something, flickered on sporadically, making a staircase that stretched underground come hazily into vision. It was creepy how it looked even more gloomy with the lights turned on. Other than the light switch, there was also a switch with open and close written on it. I could probably open and close it with this, but if I was unlucky enough to find that the open part was broken, I might be closed up in this creepy underground area for all eternity. So for the time being, I didn't touch the open/close switch. And as I readied my gun again, I slowly went down the stairs. Because the ceiling was very high, it didn't feel cramped. On the contrary, it felt as though a cool breeze was blowing upwards, and I even sensed a spiritual presence from the eeriness of it. With my gun at the ready, and carefully staring forwards, I continued descending the stairs. The walls, the stairs, the lights, all of them were very old-fashioned. It may be beyond doubt that this had been made at the same time the mansion had been constructed on this island. There were cracks in the ceiling, and water clung to the walls, constantly dripping down. That water fell into a gutter that had been set up alongside the stairs, then quickly and silently flowed into the underground darkness. It was as though it was telling me to go faster. The staircase turned back on itself a number of times. It was hard to tell how far underground I'd gone, but I thought it to be much deeper than one floor. And eventually, a rough metal door showed itself, and there, characters had been written in a dark red paint. They had probably been written a long time ago. On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold. My heart, which was already about to explode, jumped about even more as soon as I read those deep red characters. There's no mistake. This is the last stop. Father's Golden Land. I calmed my throbbing heart, somehow regained my composure, and readied the gun again. But since in the end I couldn't open the door with my gun held in both hands, I lowered the gun, carefully erased my breath, and opened the door. Isn't this inside the... My first impression when I saw the room was to question whether it might have been connected to one of the rooms in the mansion. Yet, yes, this place had exactly the same atmosphere about it as the forbidden VIP room on the second floor. But this was underground, so there were no windows. There was only the solemn light of a grand chandelier. But the quality of the interior, dimly lit by the faint light, was more than enough to take your breath away. A bed with a canopy, and a rocking chair that looked like it would be comfortable to sit in. An extravagant sofa and carpet. The room was like a dream every girl yearns for at least once. And yet, since it was an underground hidden room with no windows, it actually felt more like it could be the hidden house of a witch. I had never swallowed the legend of Beatrice, Witch of the Forest. However, if you were shown this room, it certainly would become hard to doubt that she actually had existed, and had lived in here. Is someone there? Although I was dumbfounded by this room, I cautiously, no, timidly, kept my gun raised and searched the interior. And in the center of the room, I found it.
Iconic laser with the $5. In honor of solving the epitaph. Congratulations, Ava. Yep.
My gasp came out strangely, as though a bunny was being choked. I mean, after finding something like this, no one would have any words other than a stupid voice. It's here! It's really here! Father's gold! On the opposite side of the canopy bed, it was piled up in a massive heap. A mountain of gold ingots. Of course, they weren't piled up carelessly in a way that would damage the dignity of this room. A beautiful scarlet satin weave was laid on the mountain of gold, creating a beautiful three-colored mix between the red, the gold, and the black of the deep darkness. It was as though, when the witch slept on this bed, the gold would be a respectful chamberlain waiting on her. Nobly, refinedly, gracefully, beautifully. It was piled there with an imposing and yet ceremonious air. I tried to grab a single gold ingot, and was surprised at its weight. It was probably about 10 kilograms. Just this one ingot would be easily worth $10 million, without a doubt. The Ushirimiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was lightly imprinted on it. It was hard to tell whether it had worn away, or whether the impression had been made carelessly in the first place, but it was certainly the crest of the one-winged eagle. Just how many ingots are piled up here? Just by roughly multiplying both sides, and multiplying that by the height, it must surely come to over several hundred. My mind's already blank. I can't calculate it properly. Even a conservative count would put it easily above 1 billion yen. Well, of course it would be. I mean, it's 10 tons of gold. At the current value, it's more than 20 billion yen of gold. I found it. Before anyone else, I found it! In front of that mountain of gold, I spread my arms and looked up at the ceiling. A laugh without a trace of dignity flowed out from my entire body. I had no intention of at all of laughing in such a weird way, but I just couldn't hold back the happy feeling that flowed throughout my entire body. That older brother of mine probably wouldn't accept his loss just because I had found this gold. But from now on, there would be no changing the fact that I had been the one to find the gold! To steal the headship of the family, I would still probably need some subtle tactics. But after everything I've gone through until now, that's a completely trivial problem. Even if I lose out on the inheritance of the Ushirimiya family and everything, this 20 billion yen's worth of gold is now mine and mine alone! There was a time I thought of money as such a worthless thing. I thought there are so many things in this world that you can't buy with money. But now I understand that that's just a lie. It was an excuse that have-nots make for themselves. this mountain of gold before me, I've finally realized something so obvious. I can give birth to all of the happiness in this world by melting this gold. With this money, my husband's company is fine now. We will always be happy as a family. And I can even leave a vast amount of money to George. The rest of the relatives will eventually be ruined and disappear. At that time, George will use this gold and revive the Ushirimiya family's lost honor. Just like Father did. There will be no room for anyone to argue then. George is the true successor of the Ushirimiya family.
Habaki Gaming at the $5. Congrats to Ava Ushirimiya. She found the large stack of Toblerone, and so the murders ended on the island. Happiness of the Marionette is so good, too. True. Ava is about to make June Egbert canon.
It happened. My wish was granted. That dream I have wished for ever since I was born into this world as Ushirimiya Ava has been granted completely in this very moment. My husband and I will be happy for all of eternity. And I can also give my only son George eternal happiness. There's no way I'll waste it on foolish pleasures. My older brother has chewed up the Ushirimiya family, but George and I will revive it. And that means that we have truly succeeded the headship of the Ushirimiya family. I succeeded. I did it. Honey, George, your mother, finally succeeded. After this, we won't be threatened by anyone. That's right. After this, never again will we be smothered by sad nights. Congratulations, me. Congratulations, Ushirimiya Ava. Right here, right now, the sad half of our life has had its heart's desires granted. It's all thanks to you. I was blessed with this chance because of your magic. Because of that chance, I was able to make it here. Thank you. But my magic couldn't have been granted if we both didn't believe in each other. So it isn't just the power of my magic. This is our victory. So congratulations. Us. Thank you. Me. Thank you. Ushirimiya Ava. I'm so glad I didn't give in before now. I'm so glad I didn't drown in sorrow and forget to keep struggling. No, this is my magic. Our magic. Your magic was the real thing. Beatrice, the witch of the forest, is nothing more than an illusion. You are the real witch who can use magic. That's right. Right now, you are the golden witch, Beatrice.
Ava decided to leave that place for the time being, and when she climbed the stairs again, trying to leave this secret place, she saw a creepy, swaying human shadow blocking her path, and her dreamlike state was blown away.
Who's there?
For an instant, she believed that the true master of this room, the real Beatrice, had appeared. It seemed that the other person was also holding a gun. The two of them were pointing guns at each other, and eventually, they each realized who the other was. Rosa? Ne-san? What are you doing in a place like this? I could ask you the same. What business do you have in a place such as this? I shouldn't have given you that hint, Ne-san. If I hadn't, I definitely would have been the first to reach this place. Too bad. It seemed that Rosa knew where this staircase went, and what was waiting ahead of her. That's rich. Coming from someone who arrived here after me. I racked my brains too much over the Sweetfish River. The Sweetfish part didn't really matter that much at all, did it? That isn't true. It was an excellent hint if you ask me. Well, of course, maybe there was no need for it to be Sweetfish. But when I heard that Sweetfish are fish that go out into the sea, I was able to figure it out. What's inside? Why not see with your own eyes? It definitely won't betray your expectations. Don't be afraid, Ne-san. I never had any interest in who became the head. I don't even care about the Ushirimiya family name. Honestly, Kraus Nissan always did throw his weight around, saying that he was going to be the head. So I actually did feel good about you stealing this position from him. Are you serious? Of course. I'm the outsider of the Ushirimiya siblings. Even if Father had named me as the next head,
There's no way my brothers would accept that. I try not to have such naive dreams. Let me see, too. The proof of your victory, Ne-san. As long as I receive the proper portion that we agreed upon as siblings, I plan to actively accept you as the true victor in this game. If you shot me, then you would have this gold all to yourself, right? It's the same for you. If you shot me, this gold would be all yours. For a tense while, the sisters pointed their guns at each other. Eventually, after they sized up the glint in the other's eyes, they lowered their guns. Ava removed her finger from the trigger and held the gun upside down. It was a position that she couldn't quickly shoot from. When she saw that, Rosa held hers the same way.
That's right. The plan of shooting the other and having the gold all to ourselves is fascinating for both of us. But if one of us suddenly disappeared on this island while it's isolated by the typhoon, there would be a huge uproar. If we hid the corpse here, it probably wouldn't be found easily, but that isn't for certain. No matter how many billion yen's worth of gold is on the line, it isn't worth the risk of committing murder. In the end, that would become a weakness for Krasny-san and the others to squeeze all the money out of us with. I agree. Considering that Nissan or Rudolph could have been the one to show up here, it may have been a blessing in disguise that it was you. I trust you the most of all the siblings.
Thank you. I also trust you the most of the siblings, Ne-san.
Jordan Star, how much long am I gonna go? Probably a little under an hour, I would assume. I don't know whether or not I'll be fully getting through this chapter, but like my hard cutoff point is always around midnight. My time, and it's 11:05 right now.
I want to see the gold too.
Do you? Now I also want to see it again. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, it still doesn't feel real. Unless I see it together with you and check out once more that it exists. It feels like the gold will turn to fog and disappear.
Ava started descending the staircase once more. However, she didn't carelessly expose her back to Rosa. Likewise, even though at a glance it looked like Rosa had lowered her guard, she definitely didn't show any signs of carelessness. And they reached the room of the witch once again. Rosa also gasped, made speechless by the vast amount of gold. Rosa and Ava walked absent-mindedly through the rose garden. They had left the guest house secretly, so they had to be careful when they returned as well. They had to regain their sense of tension soon.
Congratulations, Ne-san.
Thank you.
You decided it, didn't you? 50% goes to the bearer of the title and successor to the head. Sure did work out well for you. That doesn't refer to Krasny-san anymore. So your share is now 50%, along with a quarter of the rest, for a total of 12.5 billion yen. Isn't that an incredible share? I'm satisfied with 2.5 billion. Rudolph Nissan won't complain either. Krasny-san will probably be the only one to complain.
Yeah, you're right. After all, Nissan is the practical manager of Rokenjima, and since the gold was on these premises, even though I was the first to discover it, things might get complicated if I don't handle it skillfully.
It won't get complicated. We covered this in every other eventuality in excruciating detail in last night's discussion, didn't we? I wonder if it really will go that smoothly. I've already completely gotten over my excitement. How we regulate everything from here on is the real problem. That's a problem for the new head of the Ushiramiya family. You should enjoy that problem, Ne-san. It has nothing to do with me. Sharp words. I'll support you as the second person to find it, so please at least give me the early payment we decided on. I'd like 150 million yen by March. Yes, that's fine. If you support me, I can graciously pay you that much. I'm not Nissan. Anyway, why don't we go shock Nissan and the others? Even if we cover up the actual location, I want to see Kraus Nissan's shocked face as soon as I can. Wait a second, Rosa. Wait a while before telling everyone about it. Why? You idiot, isn't it obvious? This is that haughty Kraus Nissan and that sly Rudolph we're talking about. Even if we announce it eventually, it's still too early right now. Unless we carefully investigate how we should move things along first, it's possible that all of the gold we finally found will be snatched up by Nissan. Ava had thought she had said something completely oblivious.
So when she saw Rosa's expression suddenly cloud over, she was a little surprised.
What are you unsatisfied about? You know well what kind of people those two are.
Nei-san, that's against the rules.
What do you mean? Didn't we make a rule that whoever found the gold would announce it immediately? If you hesitate, the foundation of the rules will be destroyed. And that could lead to something worse in the future. With Kraus Nissan as crafty as he is, that violation of the rules will complicate things later. Don't be stupid. This is Nissan's island. And that gold just now wasn't cash. We're talking about the liquidation of a vast 10-ton mountain, you know. It will take a significant amount of time to carry it off and turn it into cash. And that will only work in Nissan's favor since he has practical control over this island. Don't you even realize that? I don't like searching for each other for weaknesses like that. I just want to clearly lock in my 2.5 billion portion. Of course, if you were to give me 2.5 billion in cash right now, whatever you did next would be up to you. But until I have my own share in my pocket, I'll follow the siblings' rules. You're so naive. You don't understand Nissan's craftiness at all.
It wasn't that Rosa didn't understand the craftiness of her older siblings. In that sense, Rosa more or less understood Ava's caution. But in her heart, she couldn't clear away her even greater suspicion that Ava wanted to keep all of the gold to herself, because she knew that Ava was at least as crafty as her other siblings, if not more. In other words, by quickly informing the siblings of the gold's discovery, Rosa wanted to put a stop to any chance Ava had to keep the gold all to herself.
Rosa, sorry, but at least listen to me this once. Are you saying that if I don't listen to what you say, you won't be able to prepare the 150 million? That isn't the way I wanted to say it. But if you really need that money, it's more realistic to support me. If you talk to Nissan and Rudolph, even that natural portion of yours might disappear. You don't want that, do you?
For a while, a severe expression that she had never shown to her sister before rose to Rosa's face. There wasn't even a trace of her restraint as a younger sister. There was just the ruthlessness. No, the seriousness of a single human arguing about a vast sum of wealth. Ava made light of it, chuckling.
Dear me! A frightful murder has just taken place and the culprit may still be on this island. How careless we must be to stand around here talking like this. I'm sure it's just the servants' farce. No murder ever occurred on this island. Oh? So you really do think that? It can be clearly explained by the manner of the 6 deaths. The locked room involving those 6 definitely couldn't be created by a crime from the outside. Dr. Nanjo said that they were all dead, but that was also a lie. This is all a complicated act that Father plotted. All of the servants are just pretending to be dead. A murder never occurred in the first place. There's no way there's a murderer prowling around. I'm surprised that you would notice that. You looked fairly frightened, so I hadn't thought you realized that much. I'm a person who can read between the lines in that kind of situation. Thanks to you, I've been well trained.
That's right. Before we realized it, the servants had died, and the members of the Ushirimiya family had become the only ones on the island. And after Nanjo had proclaimed the deaths of the servants, and the relatives had begun to discuss the riddle of the epitaph, he had disappeared off upstairs as though he was in the way. Everything was an act to get us to challenge that epitaph, and that's exactly why. You need to proclaim that you're the victor, Nei-san. There's no way that burnt corpse is really Father. He prepared a corpse with the right number of toes from somewhere and deliberately burned it in that horrible, morbid way. I'm sure he's hiding somewhere, watching to see how we'll behave. I'm sure he already knows that you've reached the Golden Land, Nei-san. And that's why you should proclaim soon that you're the winner. I'm sure Father will appear out of nowhere and proclaim that you're his successor while clapping his hands. Well, still, I have to pester you for 150 million, so I can't work against you in anything. So you'll listen to what I say and be quiet about this to Nissan and the rest. Make your position clear, Rosa. I want to tell them. We've just made that rule last night. We shouldn't just throw that away. Of course, I will announce it in front of the siblings. However, I want to make very sure of the situation first. Carrying out 10 tons of gold, converting it into money, and distributing it fairly. Until I can affirm my ability to carry those out without Nissan getting in the way. I want some time to think.
I only want to hold off my announcement until then. I'm definitely not keeping it secret because I want it all for myself. You'll definitely announce it to everyone sooner or later, right? Yes, of course. Even I want to rub it in Nissan's face as soon as I can. About how much time will you need to think? I won't know that until I've thought about it. Would one night be enough? I can't promise you that it will only take one night. Out of respect for you as the successor to the head, I'll support you for one night. This year's family conference will end tomorrow morning, when the typhoon passes and the boat comes to get us. That's right, when the seagulls cry. I'll remain silent until then. If you think you need more time to think after that, let's talk about it at that time, alright? I'll support your position, as much as possible. You really are cunning, aren't you? I'm surprised. Were you always this strong-willed? It's true that women become stronger when they have a child. I realized that in myself when I had Maria. All right. I thank you for your cooperation for the time being. We can talk about tomorrow when it comes. Yes, that's right. I believe that you'll be a fair-minded successor to the head, who wouldn't even think about taking all of the gold for herself. Isn't that obvious? I'll split the gold evenly among the siblings as we agreed. No way. I found this! Because we solved the riddle of the epitaph! So this gold is all mine! I won't give it up to anyone! I am the head of the Schrodinger'S family! I am! In a loud voice, the witch inside Ava claimed exclusive possession of everything. Of course, that didn't come close to reaching Rosa's ears, and it probably didn't even reach Ava's either. I shall acknowledge that. You are the true head of the Schrodinger'S family, chosen by the witch's epitaph. Now I shall acknowledge that upon my name. You're... that outfit. You couldn't be... Really? Beatrice? Maybe Beatrice was happy that Ava had called her by her own name. She cackled pleasantly. In concert with that laugh, gold butterflies rose up, as though a storm of gold dust had broken out in the room, and the room shone the color of gold. Indeed, I am the Golden Witch Beatrice. There is nothing that should frighten you so. I'm praising your exploits. Truly excellent. Imagine that you had spectacularly solved the riddle of the epitaph. It is worthy of my admiration. You were the one who sent that letter? So I'll succeed all of the gold in the Schrodinger'S family inheritance, right? You wrote that in your letter. And I overcame that challenge. I shall acknowledge it. Now, all of this piled up gold, and everything of the Schrodinger'S family is for you to do with as you please. For as of this moment, you are already the Schrodinger'S family head. Really? It's true, right? Right? Do not become agitated. I am openly praising you. As proof, I shall grant you this. Beatrice took a ring off of her own finger and held it out to Ava. She fearfully accepted it and realized that it was a ring. Could this be? It is the proof of the Schrodinger'S family headship returned to me from Kinzo, the golden ring. From now on, it is yours. You may put it on your finger and display it high before your siblings. None should doubt that you have now succeeded the Schrodinger'S family inheritance. Ava stared closely at the ring. It certainly wasn't a fake. Without a doubt, it was the real thing. She, who had dreamed of receiving this ring someday, and who had stared fixedly at it countless times, could say that for certain. This ring had now designated her as its new owner, and had been handed over to her. And, timidly, she put it on the middle finger of her left hand. In that instant, she felt a deep emotion welling up inside her that she had never felt before. Her mind grew blank. Both eyes opened wide. That ring was on her own finger. Not in a dream, in reality. That ring is also surely pleased, because it was able to come to you, who had dreamed of putting it on your finger for so long. The ring. Father's ring. How many nights have you dreamed of putting that ring on your own finger, as you now have done? The strength of those feelings became your magic and made that reality. Now you are worthy of calling yourself a true witch. Who are you? Are you really Beatrice? I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, the Schrodinger'S family alchemist. Following my contract with Kinzo, I now pass everything on to you. All of the gold I entrusted Kinzo with, and all of the wealth he built up through that, and the honor and inheritance of the Schrodinger'S family, and I will pass on my power and the title of the Endless Witch. A witch's title. I will pass on all of my magical power and the titles of the Golden Witch and Endless Witch. Following my predecessor, I will hand over my name, Beatrice, along with those titles. You may now call yourself by that name. Ava gulped. The chandelier light, which had seemed dim, now felt too bright. By my name, I shall now carry out the succession of the Golden Witch.
The instant that Beatrice made that proclamation, a golden brilliance buried everything, and changed it into a majestic space that looked like a throne room. In the throne room, there was a crowd of Beatrice's minions and brethren, as well as countless gold butterflies, celebrating this first succession ceremony in 1,000 years. And there was Beatrice, in the throne that only the Endless Witch was permitted to sit in, holding a golden staff, reigning with a dazzling dignity. Without being ordered by anyone, Ava automatically kneeled, hanging her head. A goat attendant respectfully offered Beatrice a golden staff modeled after the one-winged eagle. After Beatrice stood up and received that staff, she laid the tip of it on Ava's shoulder and spoke. It was a proclamation 1,000 years in coming.
Schrodinger'S Ava, you have spectacularly solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and reached this golden land. I praise that accomplishment, and hand over all of the endless magic, as well as the titles of Golden and Endless Witch. From this point on, you may take my name, Beatrice. Come, raise your face, then stand and accept this staff. I am most grateful.
Ava stood up dizzily and took the magic staff from Beatrice's hand. Her hand was trembling slightly. I'm waiting to show the profile until they reveal her design. As soon as she grasped that staff, she was wrapped up in the brilliant sparkle of gold, as though gold butterflies were flowing out from inside of her. In the instant she succeeded the Golden Witch, Ava felt something in the depths of her soul be reborn. To describe it in a word, it was energy. Energy with a gold color. It felt as though she had been half asleep ever since she was born, and had now awoken for the first time in her life. For the first time in her life, she felt her true eyes inside of her open. Inside her eyes open. There she is! Ava Beatrice solved the riddle of the witch's epitaph and was hailed as the new Endless Witch, has a natural talent for magic, and is expected to grow into an extraordinary great witch. In many cases, genius witches are swallowed by their own power while they are still young. That is the trial permitted only to geniuses, and those who overcome it will surely leave their name in the history of the Endless Witch. Will she be able to overcome the trial that defeated her predecessors? Predecessor, singular. Oh, everybody loves Beatrice's design. And yeah, it's a really good character design. I like it a lot. The purple is really good.
A fitting and beautiful outfit for the Golden Witch. Come, show yourself to all of these people. Show them that you are now the new witch.
Ava, no, the new Beatrice turned around timidly. When she did, the witch's minions, which filled the vast throne room, honored her with a wild applause that sounded like the roaring of the sea.
Come, everyone. Replace all of the portraits of Beatrice with the new Beatrice. Offer up words of celebration for the new Beatrice. New Beatrice, congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch. I hope that you will be able to stand on your own as a new, noble Golden Witch and as the Endless Witch. Yes, I will do my best. I expect a composure fitting for the Endless Witch from you, unlike your naughty predecessor. Master, we're in the middle of a serious ceremony, so please, enough of that.
Congratulations on the succession of the Golden Witch, new Beatrice-sama. I'm called Ronabe. I'm one of 72 demons permitted to serve the Golden Witch. From now on, I will always be at your service. If you're ever inconvenienced in the slightest, please let me know.
Thank you. Ronabe is rude but reliable. If you speak to this man of anything that confuses you in your new days as a witch, he should be able to help you.
And predecessor Beatrice-sama, it's a shame that I was not permitted to serve you further, even though we have finally been reunited like this. These last 1,000 years have been very entertaining for me. I deeply thank you.
1,000 years with you wasn't boring. Please, take care of the new witch.
Yes. If that is the final order of the predecessor Beatrice, I, Ronabe, shall certainly carry on your wish.
Thank me, Kay. I signed as your reference for the succession of the witch, you know. So basically, if I hadn't signed, you wouldn't have been able to overcome the witch. So thank me a little, all right?
This is the Witch of Certainty, Lady Lambda Delta. The recommendation of a witch from the Senate was required for your succession as an Endless Witch. Lady Lambda Delta recommended you and became your guardian. Thanks.
Hey, Beato! This kid isn't grateful enough. I want to stop recommending her.
Being a reference is not a thing to take lightly. If you've signed, then you must take responsibility. Lady Lambda Delta is also the Witch of Certainty. The Witch of Certainty prefers to make fate firm, to create a fate of certainty. She took a great liking to your efforts up to today and held them in highest regard.
Well, an unfortunate childhood, unrewarded effort. I can sympathize just a bit with those, that's all. It's not like I felt sorry for you or anything. Don't get so full of yourself. Soon.
From my point of view, your succession, well, it's more of a coincidence than a miracle. You wouldn't have been worthy of my recommendation. This is Lady Berncastel. She's a very hard-to-please person. Still, you could say that just having her participate and celebrate is very fortunate. I only came here because this is a rare event, unseen in 1,000 years, and I heard that there would be some delicious alcohol. New Beatrice-sama, please, allow us to greet you as well. Huh? I'm pleased to meet you.
The seven sisters of Purgatory formed a line side by side. The eldest sister, Lucifer, took a step forward and kneeled.
These are the furniture who served me. As a gift in celebration of your inheritance, I will send them to you. After you succeeded the Golden Witch, you'll need to perform the ritual for your own resurrection. The seven sisters of Purgatory perform an essential role in that ritual. They're a bunch of miscreants, but they serve their purpose. Have them do whatever you wish. We will always be by your side, Beatrice-sama. Please order us to do anything you wish. We will certainly show that we can accomplish our task.
Even after that, various nobles and minions visited and offered words of congratulations for the new witch. As she responded to them confusedly, she felt as though she was getting lightheaded due to the lack of oxygen. She couldn't tell if this was something real or unreal, but there was just one thing she could understand: the feeling of achievement at being permitted to call herself the Golden Witch. That alone was a truth she could definitely understand.
What is all this? Of course I'm not gonna swallow this story, but what on earth does it mean? Auntie Ava's the new Beatrice? Are you saying she'll become a witch? She's become a witch? What the hell?
I'm also surprised. Imagine that someone would be able to solve that riddle. However, that is the rule. I must follow it and pass on the position of Golden Witch and my name.
It's hardly something to be surprised about. Milady wrote that rule in a letter and announced it at the beginning. Ava-sama was the first to be successful. That's all there is to say.
Virgilia, are you there?
Yes, here I am.
What does this farce mean? Even if this depiction of strange witches showing up one after another is some of her bullshit, isn't this like Auntie Ava's become a witch?
Calm yourself. She's simply received the title of Golden Witch and might call herself that in the future. This succession ceremony is without doubt nothing more than that performed according to that child's interpretation. Don't fall for the same move again.
That's right. That whole grand ceremony was all phony. But it's at least a fact that Auntie Ava solved the riddle of the epitaph. And at the same time, that means she inherited the Schrodinger'S family headship. And by obtaining 10 tons of gold, it means that Auntie Ava might as well call herself the Golden Witch. Is that it? Damn, making things as complicated as ever.
Dear me, is a boorish human unable to comprehend the grandeur of this ceremony? Oh well, being unable to read between the lines is what makes you human. I pity you, but I do not blame you.
Damn it. Don't look at me like you feel sorry for me. Still, for the time being, there's something I need to check. And that's regarding this younger version of Auntie Ava. In other words, the definition of this new Beatrice. What the heck is she?
Even if I tell you of it, she'll just persist in your disbelief in magic and witches, will you not? So there's nothing in particular for me to explain. You may believe that things are as you think they are.
The way I think things are? Then how should I interpret this?
For now, grasping it as a visualization of a different being inside Ushirimiya Ava may not be a hindrance, I believe.
Of course, you cannot blindly accept it, but it is probably appropriate for you to think that way now.
In other words, I should think of Auntie Ava and her as the same person. Damn, this is starting to feel bad.
With that being the case, from now on, my name is not Beatrice, because I have passed it on to Schrodinger'S Ava, which means that I am nameless. Battler, isn't there some name that is fitting for me? I shall take your recommendation. Isn't there a name that's refined, full of elegance, and make it a little cute if you can?
Just Beato's good enough for now. There's probably enough of a difference between Beato and Beatrice.
Stay as Beato, is it? It doesn't feel odd, but it's boring for some reason.
They say the temperature of black tea and a woman's heart are difficult in any time period.
Battler-kun, in any case, handle what is to come with composure. Compared to when this child was Beatrice, now that we can tell her apart from Ushirimiya Ava, the situation is advantageous to us.
And it's exactly because of that I like it even less.
Everybody trying to assign her my name. That's my name. That's mine.
And it's exactly because of that I like it even less. What is she thinking of? That Beato. Over there, Auntie Ava, who had the figure of her younger days and who now possessed the name Beatrice, had a long line forming of witches wishing to bless her. It was like a witch's coronation. Countless gold butterflies flapped their wings, directing this fantastical gold sparkling space. They were all praising her. As I stared from the distance, I looked at the Beatrice given new life, with a slightly embarrassed smile on her face. Her expression, which had been hesitant at first, seemed to be full of a happiness that she had finally become aware of. In that expression, there wasn't a trace of the madness that had led her to that insane laugh before the gold. There was only the innocence of her relishing her joy. Since I deny witches, I couldn't accept her as she showed that joyful expression at her witch succession ceremony. However, as I watched that innocent smile, it made me feel like I wanted to celebrate her, just for now. The moment when a strong effort is successful and rewarded is always beautiful. Auntie Ava, who had always yearned to succeed the head and had worked hard since she was young without being rewarded, had spectacularly taken hold of that chance given to her by the riddle of the epitaph, and had finally gained that position. How divine is the smile of a person whose childhood dreams have been granted. I definitely won't accept witches, but...
Battler put his hands together, making a small sound. Clap, clap. It didn't reach her ears, but it did celebrate her.
Congratulations, Auntie Ava. You solved the riddle of the epitaph masterfully, and before anyone else. It's your victory, without any complaints. I won't accept all that about the Golden Witch and so on, but I will accept you as the new head of the Ashuramiya family. And I'll celebrate you honestly.
As though lured by Battler's applause, Beato also clapped. It was a slightly odd scene, because Battler and Beato, who opposed each other, were standing next to one another, applauding for the same person.
I'm not clapping for a witch. I'm clapping for all of Auntie Ava's efforts up until now.
I am too. I'm offering Ava my sincere congratulations and applause for the tremendous accomplishment of solving that epitaph.
I don't like the fact that I'm clapping with you. But, well, I won't worry about it for now. I guess it doesn't hurt to clap with you every once in a while.
It isn't bad once in a while. Still, it is fun to applaud, even though it was Ava who achieved it and not me. For some reason, I'm starting to feel happy too.
That's because celebrating something means the same thing as empathizing with their joy and sharing in it.
I see. Then I must even be sharing this irrational happy feeling with you. Since we're a pair of enemies trying to make each other submit, it is an odd experience.
Well, just for now, let's have a truce and clap, alright?
Beato laughed impishly, playing around and pausing and applauding even louder. Why did I read it as pausing?
As though eagerly trying not to lose to
As though eagerly trying not to lose to Battler as she clapped. Battler went along with her and clapped even louder. And when he did, as though he had ended some kind of ceremony, everyone present put their hands together in loud applause and highly praised the newly born Beatrice. It was as though Battler and Beato's applause had been the final thing needed for her succession. Alright. I went a full chapter farther than I was planning to, so, as much as I hate to say it, everybody, that is where we will be stopping for tonight. But stick around because we've still got Theorizing Corner and we've also got art. So let's go ahead and put the character menu on and put up Kyrie MatPat. Guys, talk amongst yourselves. Offer me what you think is going on while I try to pull up the art. Let's see, anything else on the Tumblr? Nope, got all the Tumblr stuff down. Let's look at the tag on Twitter. We've got something on Twitter. Let's see. Let's open this up. Copy the link. And paste it here. All right. I think we have gotten all of the artwork for tonight. So let's go ahead and look at some of your theories. And obviously, if anybody wants to post something while we're still talking, then feel free, just let me know where you post it, and I will get it before we go. Alrighty. So let's see. Yeah, the game's over. No one died. Ava solved the epitaph. We're safe. Everything is fine. Yeah. Everything's gonna be so fine. Nothing bad will happen now. The later 5 chapters are Cafe AU. Yeah, sure. I've got a Word doc going on with my theories right now. Cool, okay. We'll be waiting for those big ones here. Bet you theorizers in chat are very happy to be granted a free explanation for anti-magic. Yeah, remember how I said at the beginning of episode 3 that you guys would be given some tools to work with in terms of how to speculate this episode? There you go. Virgilia was Virgilia's giving you your big hints right now. I have a lot of theories about the inevitability of people dying on the island. Okay. Before I leave, I remind you of something Battler said, so I can just think of Auntie Ava and Ava Beatrice as the same person. The main problems to me are human Beato and false canon in episode 2. We have had it said that both died before a genuine human instance of them could appear in crucial scenes. So we probably have to come up with a disguise theory. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point to bring up because their deaths were confirmed. In episode 2, Beatrice mentions that it's been 30 years since she met with Kinzo / played his chess game. This episode, the human / homunculus Beatrice died 20 years ago. I don't know. I have no theories, just a request. NezumiVA, can you rename the stream from Schrodinger'S cat to Beatrice has mommy issues for about 5 hours because of Virgilia? No. We'll leave her be for now. We won't expose her so much yet. That will come later. Virgilia is literally your path to Beatrice in many senses of the word. Yes, exactly. Not a theory, but it's kind of weird to see Beato all cat face because IDK, they show us she can do twist. Yeah, I mean, like, Beato is, you know, she's becoming a little bit more comfortable with the game at this point. So obviously she's kind of opening herself up in avenues that she hasn't really shown before. Her character is developing. It's so cool. I think all the murders from now on are going to be caused by the siblings infighting. I do not trust them with those guns. Fair enough. I mean, what exactly do people know so far? About, like, you know, none of the siblings know about, the epitaph being solved and stuff like that. Also, where was it? Atropos. I put my art and tea party in the Discord. Is that okay? Yes, that is definitely okay. I will pull it up right now. Thanks for reminding me, actually. Very cool. I will open it there. Okay. Got that. Let's see. Okay. I like to imagine IRL Ava is just actively doing this while Rosa is just there like, huh? Yeah, she's like standing around pretending that she's hearing people applause for her and she's like, yeah, yay! Wee! Okay, Citrine Ray, you continued your thought about the 20 years ago thing. Okay. This leads me to think that a tied down witch Beatrice died 30 years ago. This still doesn't explain human / homunculus Beatrice unless she already existed before witch Beatrice died. I don't know. There are a lot of people walking around with the name Beatrice around here. So it's certainly possible. Was Kumasawa always Virgilia, or was Virgilia just disguising herself as Kumasawa? Who knows? Think about it. She does have the same laugh as Kumasawa. If you notice, she does the oh ho ho just like Kumasawa does. Killer for the first Twilight could be Kinzo and his health gave out, and that would fulfill all the red fruits we know. Yeah, that is a workable theory. Can I just point something out? Beato starts talking like a child. I'm pretty sure they mention a child at some point that belongs to Beato. I may be remembering this wrong. I don't think they mentioned anything about a child belonging to Beato. Yeah, I don't know. Why do I feel like Beato and Battler are gonna become besties? Yeah, that's a interesting theory. Oh yes, Panic Pang. Lerf did clarify this in the chat, but yeah, witch is gender neutral in Umineko. It can refer to anyone. Not a theory, but with the rotations, who's getting killed in the first Twilight? Mix, parents, servants. I wonder if all the kids will get killed at the first Twilight in a future episode. It's a possibility. I can't say for sure. That could be a greater gut punch to Battler. Beato not even trying to defend the magic since it's over now, and he needs to suspect his family categorically. Yeah? I don't know. Ava Beatrice is the cutest of all the witches. The hat, the staff, the colors, Lambda Delta could never. Only an Ascended Maria has the chance of competing. That's a controversial take. You're gonna have to fight for your favorite witch's honor. Some people out there will take this very seriously. This will be a great challenge. I do really like Ava Beato's design, though. It is pretty cute. First Twilight is possible if Kinzo starved after the servants didn't feed him. He didn't get his noodles from Goda in time, and he's been laying in there like, oh, no, oh god, ah. And then he was so hungry that he fell into the furnace and then accidentally set himself on fire, and he was too hungry to get out. So humans can turn into witches. Witches can lie dormant by turning into humans, but are witches human? Who knows? If Kumasawa is Virgilia, who is Ronoe Genji? Somebody did mention earlier that Ronoe Genji is very similar to the name Ronoe, so I don't know. Maybe. Could be. You're probably thinking of the child Beato from Kudorian that Rosa met. Yes, but the Beatrice that Rosa met, I don't think we actually got confirmed what her age was. I'm pretty sure that Rosa thought of her as like a young woman from the looks of it, but as I said in the Discord, the fight between Battler and Beato is probably representative of the battle between viewing the events head-on or using some scapegoat. Perhaps. Will there be any more characters based on pre-existing Higurashi characters in Umineko? Maybe. That's all I'll say for now. You won't have to worry about that for a while anyway. If Ava can become a witch, we write if Maria doesn't get to be one either. Yeah. Champion, all caps Maria in the chat. Beatrice did call herself human. That's true. She did. When she was yelling at Shannon, she called herself human. Still wondering what the answer arcs even are. Like, are they the first 4 arcs again, but with extra information? Is it just Battler and Beato giving us a play-by-play? I should clarify, this is something that actually kind of gets on my nerves a little bit with how the game was released in English. So when Manga Gamer released the second half of Umineko, they called it the answer arcs, and that's just because, you know, it's similar to how Higurashi had question arcs and answer arcs. But technically, as they were released in Japanese, the last 4 episodes of Umineko are not called the answer arcs in Japanese. If I recall, they are called something along the lines of the core arcs, which differentiates them slightly. And you will see a difference when we reach that point if you're familiar with Higurashi. But yeah. So yeah, keep that in mind. Original Beatrice's shift towards a childlike attitude leads me to think that Beatrice's traits could depend on her current state in the game, or Beatrice's changes depending on who she's interacting with. Perhaps. I mean, you know, she's multifaceted. She can have different relationships with different people. Are the servants actually human? Beatrice says something about them not having a human body towards the start of the stream, and are furniture counted in the 18 humans on this island? Well, to be clear though, she does say this of furniture, but she is specifically talking, like, to the people that she is mocking in those moments. We've never seen her, like, dehumanize some of, like, the other servants as far as I know, or as far as I remember. So, like, you know, it's something to keep on the lookout for and think about. Why would she say that? Somebody correct me if I'm remembering wrong, though. If we're going for the not magic route, we can interpret Virgilia as being Beato's master, as Kumasawa looking after the child Beato trapped in the old mansion. Then Genji's probably aware about the mansion in the forest and what went down there. Perhaps. It is possible. Everyone can be a witch if you have a mentor and study a lot. In this case, Kinzo is a witch. Well, remember, Kinzo has a strong resistance to magic. Like, he knows a lot about it and he studies it, but he also is said to sort of have like this sort of like resistance against it, or like, you know, he is not of the right wavelength or whatever, or something. So excited for Big Titty Tomitake to show up in Umineko. Yeah, we'll see about that. Are the first 4 episodes of Umineko still called the question arcs then? Yes, they are. I want to know why Beato fucking hates Shannon. Like, does she see herself in Shannon? Is she upset at how Shannon acts? Well, we definitely see from some of the things that she has said to Shannon that she definitely seems to be projecting a little bit. But, as for why specifically she has such umbrage with Shannon, who knows? Unrelated, but these streams have kept my morality up and my sanity intact these past few months. Thank you, Marcy. Hey, thank you. I'm glad. Do wonder if Battler will become a witch similarly to Burn. Interesting thought. Theory time, Battler is going to become a witch by the end of the game. Well, we'll see. Place your bets now. Beatrice could definitely be a bunch of different things for different people. For Kinzo, she seems to be more a representation of the love he's chasing, and Beatrice is the ideal he's chasing. The perfect woman who probably never existed in the way he conceives of her. Yeah. We have heard the name being thrown around for different things, so it is certainly possible. Now we have the newest example of that in Eva Beato. Maybe to become a witch, you have to have a strong will toward the goal. Adult Ava and baby Ava wanting to solve the epitaph and leaving the room split the two, making Ava Beatrice and adult Ava separate from one another. I don't think adult Ava is the real head right now. Has to be Ava Beatrice. Well, remember, Virgilia did just get done saying that it was safe to think of them as the same person. But, you know. Virgilia, if Virgilia equals Kumasawa and she's a witch, and while Genji, Canon, and Shannon are furniture and servants, all to say witches can disguise as servants and go to Triche confirmed. What if the way people are saying Kumasawa is Virgilia and Genji is Ronave, what if Sayo is Beatrice, then all the hatred for Sayo is self-hatred? Maybe. Who knows? JunePop45 with the $5. Not a theory, but sometimes when reading, I'll make Shannon and Canon rhyme, and it's cursed. Yeah. I get it sometimes, too. Did Beato change her name in her profile? No, I do not believe so. Nope, she didn't. It still says Beatrice. Alright. I'll probably still read out a couple of theories in a minute, but why don't I go ahead and show off some art. And hold on, let me get a particular tab up. So I do want to make sure I get the descriptions of these. What was Shannon's full name? Sayo something? We haven't gotten her full name. We just know that her first name is Sayo. Alright, let's turn off Curia MatPat for a second. Open sources. Window capture. fan art, add source, and let's make this that tab, and let's drag this under here. So we got some fan art that was promised from last stream by Lainey May. Made that fan art of that joke of Kinjo hitting his head on the table and dying from NezumiVA's most recent Danganronpa Another stream that I promised. So let's take a look at this.
I told you to shut up!
Maida-kun!
Ding dong ding!
A body has been discovered! Oh my. What a fool.
That's good. That's good stuff. All right, next up we have an art from Daniel, who made this. And posted this in the Discord a little while back. This art was made mid-episode 2, and Beatrice has only gotten weirder about feet since then. Folks, Umineko, as it turns out, is really good. Been super enjoying NezumiVA's read-through of it. Very excited to see how the story develops. Right now we're in mid-episode 3, and there's a handsome man. Fun times. Got another Toho piece in the warming oven, and of course, I still have something for 413 soon. Working on it with a couple buddies. Still feel free to contact me if you're looking for something made for you. Yes, definitely contact Daniel, and let's read this out.
What did she mean when she was talking about kissing her toes? She said it twice to me, then again to Canon-kun, which is bullshit, that wasn't real. Does she... Oh god. Grandpa has 6 toes! Does Beatrice have a foot fetish? Is that why she gave him the gold? Is that why she liked him? Is that why our family's rich? Is the only reason I'm here because of a goddamn foot fetish?
Oh dear. Battler, you're already struggling with so much. You didn't need this to be added on top of it, did you? I'm so sorry. Let's go next to this art, which is from Normal Gaybro. Not exactly happy with it, but given that I'm not really an artist and have never tried drawing a Sonic character before, I guess I can call it successful. Hey, it's Battler the Hedge Ramia or something, I don't know. But yeah, this looks pretty good. I think you kind of like translated his hairstyle to the spines really well. And we have a last one from Atropos in the Discord server. And this was a joke from last stream about Kinzo's ring just hitting Beato in the head.
Ow! What the fuck, Kinzo? Aim better!
This is very good. This is a very funny idea. Thank you. And yeah, that seems like all the art that we have for today. But feel free, as always, to use the hashtag NezumiVA stream on Twitter or Tumblr, or put something in the Discord server if you are in there, and I will absolutely give it a look during the next stream. But for now, let's go ahead, turn off the fan art layer, and look at a couple more of these theories real quick before we head out. If anybody had anything. Let's see. If the name Beatrice can be passed down, can other witches' names as well? Can any all caps with be passed down, but maybe those ones aren't all caps? Aren't those passed downable names? I don't know. It's an interesting way of thinking about it, but I guess it would depend on what you think the qualifications would be for passing something like that down. Beato earlier said that if you, Beato Prime, want me to revive you, just let me know. And for some reason that line resonated with me. Can Beato hear those who've passed? Perhaps. We know that Virgilia is just kind of hanging around at the moment, even though she is technically dead. But she can still kind of be around in the meta and chit-chat. So, I don't know. Still can't get over how his name is Battler. Yeah, it is a very funny name. Time to re-listen to the VOD and brain rot over the new info. Farewell, NezumiVA family. Well, it seems as though everybody has gotten their theorizing out, and our art segment is done. So, I believe that means we're done for now. Everything has gone well tonight. Nothing bad happened aside from those 6 murders. Ava is the head of the family now, and nothing bad will happen from now on. What do you mean that there's like half of an episode left? I guess next time we'll have to see why things continue for as long as they do. But that will be left to your imagination until then. So, everybody, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for sticking by Ava while she got her girl boss dues. Yeah, the next 5.5 episodes are just dance numbers. Look forward to nothing bad ever happening to the SKIRMISH family. Bye, guys!